Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are here gathered together, and I welcome you all on the fifth and final day of the third poetry conference, the World Poetry Conference on Literature in Difficult Times. This is being organized under the auspices of Azad Foundation and World Literature India, Chandigarh. Now, why this conference and why do we actually need poetry when the world is busy managing resources for its survival and well-being? Well, in times of disarray, when the pandemic has shown us dirt as well as death, in times when heart longs for peace inside and outside, in times when we do not know if we are of any help or really helpless, in these times, we turn towards poetry. Just because poetry is timeless, just because it is universal, it resonates with the core of our being. It creates a bridge that we have visibly experienced in the past 4 days of the conference. The overwhelming response of our participants and the poetry lovers worldwide has amplified our faith in the power of poetry and connecting through this genre. In these 5 days, our individual emotions became universal. Our clouded fears found a vent. Our apprehensions got the chimneys to move out in the fresh air. And today, on the fifth and final day, we hope to carry a stupendous positivity back home, to face all kinds of challenges the world of men and the world of nature have in store for us. So here we are on the final day of the conference, and to brief you with what we are going to be doing today, today's proceedings will have 3 sessions on a broad basis. Firstly, we'll have a panel discussion with a panel of experts who will be talking on the topic, effects of personal relationships and children's psychology under the pandemic. The second session would be a poetry session with over 24 participating poets. And the third session would be the valedictory session, overlooking and reviewing the journey of these 5 gratifying days. So to begin with, I feel absolutely privileged to introduce you all, ladies and gentlemen, to our chief guest of today's function, and he is Dr. Satish K. Kapoorji. Dr. Satish Kapoor is an eminent and versatile scholar, educationist, historian, and a spiritual columnist. A former principal of Lalpur Khalsa College, Jalandhar, Punjab, and local secretary, Dayanand Institutions, Sholapur, Maharashtra, being run by the DAV Management Committee, New Delhi. Dr. Kapoor is the founder registrar of DAV University, Jalandhar. Presently, he is director, Hindu Kanya College, Kapurthala. He is an ex-British Council scholar at School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. He has to his credit 70 books, 20 chapters in scholarly works, and nearly 1,000 articles, research papers, and book reviews in magazines and newspapers and journals. His latest book, Hinduism, The Faith Eternal, has been published by Advait Ashram, founded by Swami Vivekananda. And this book has been described by the scholars as a landmark in Hinduism studies. Dr. Kapoor was substance editor of Encyclopedia of Hinduism, a project of India Heritage Research Foundation, USA. He also contributed to Encyclopedia of Sikhism, Volume 4, published by Punjab University, Patiala. His daily column, Spiritual Nuggets, remained popular with the readers of the Tribune, Chandigarh, and subsequently he also ran weekly columns, Being Spiritual in South Asian News, and so on. Presently, he is writing occasionally for The Speaking Tree in the Times of India. For his immense contribution to the field of education, which is quite visible to us also, Dr. Kapoor was honored at state-level Republic Day function by the then governor, Sri Rodriguez. He was also given the Shahid Rajpal DAV Literary Award by ex-governor Karnataka. And Soham Smarkam Award for Best Contribution in Prose to Bhavan's Journal, Mumbai. He has presented about 200 programs on Doordarshan and All India Radio Jalandhar, and also prepared scripts for documentaries and features that were broadcast at national level. We are so proud and privileged to have you, sir, here in our conference with us. Thank you for joining us. I welcome you wholeheartedly. And the attraction of the day is that for his achievements of the last lifetime in multifarious fields, in multiple fields, Azad Foundation has decided to honor him with the Azad International Lifetime Achievement Award in Literature and Philosophy. So I welcome you, sir. I congratulate you for this award. As we can see on the screen, this award is conferred on Dr. Satish K. Kapoor to celebrate his lifetime achievements in the field of education, research, philosophy, history, and literary creation of a high order. Dr. Kapoor has been an administrator with Lalpur Khalsa College, Jalandhar, registrar with DAV University, and director at Sholapur DAV organization. He has written Spiritual Nuggets column for the Tribune for several years. His most celebrated book is Hinduism, the Faith Eternal. He has written extensively on Sikhism. Dr. Kapoor is a polymath of contemporary times and a blessing to our society. I congratulate you once again, Dr. Kapoor, and I invite you on the virtual stage to address our audience. Dr. Kapoor. Dr. Kapoor, please unmute yourself and grace the stage with your words.
Good evening to you all, distinguished writers, poets, and men of literature. Also, Dr. J.S. Anand, who has been at the backbone, who has been the source of inspiration for most of us. I am very thankful to this organization for this great award which it has given, which I dedicate to divinity. Poetry is the language of the soul. It is the soul of literature. I feel that without poetry, literature is like a bed without a pillow. It stands nowhere. It is universal, as it has been stated. It is universal because it has existed from prehistoric times. Whether it is pre-modern or post-modern times, what we see is that we have poets all over the world, in all continents, in Asia and Africa, in other parts of the world, making their emotions crystallize in words. In the Indian tradition, we have Sattvic poetry, Rajasic poetry, and Tamasic poetry. Sattvic poetry is that which is pure and chaste and divine and which lasts. It may be the Holy Vedas, the Bible, the Holy Quran, Shri Guru Granth Sahib, or other important divine works. Then we have the Rajasic poetry, the poetry full of passion, full of feeling, full of emotions, full of ideas, ideas that are mundane, ideas that are useful, that are applicable to all aspects of life. Then we have the Tamasic poetry that can include anything because it is general one. It can be humorous, it can be lethargic sort of a thing, it can have negative connotations, but this is the form of poetry that Indian seers once visualized and tried to put it into words. Poetry comes as a matter of intuition. It connects the higher mind with one's will to create. and it connects the soul with the hands, with the words that are written, that become important for others to see. Poetry can come from various ranges of the mind. It can come in the Jagrat state, which is the awakened state according to Indian philosophy. It can come from the Swapn state, which what we call as the dream state. And it can come from the deep sleep state, that is Sushupti state. But sometimes it comes from a still higher state, the highest state of consciousness, which we in Indian philosophy call as Turiya. When it comes from the fourth dimension of consciousness, expression is altogether different. Poetry is secular. Poetry is universal. Poetry is the source of life. As it was just stated, even in COVID days, poetry is our great sport. Poetry is our great solace. Poetry is our great help. It inspires, it animates. It keeps us away from the dross of life. It keeps us away from the problems of life. What a poet can say in a few words, a prose writer may say it in a full chapter. If you are a poet, it means you are a special anointee of God, born to express the things which others are not able to. If you are a poet, you are definitely a man of society because you can change it. If you are a poet, you are a man of literature, but even a literary man can enter into mundane affairs and reflect them. Poetry has brought about social transformation. It has brought about a metamorphosis in society. There has been a trend to use poetry for social amelioration, for tackling the social problems like drug abuse and many more which concern apartheid. Poetry is something which is inexplainable, which is something which cannot be described, something which cannot be defined, because what can be defined cannot be a poem. A poem reflects the author's heart, the author's mind, the author's soul. I am thankful to the organization run by Dr. Anand. Dr. Anand is a scholar of eminence, a versatile person who can do so many things at one time. And about him, I would like to say a word, use the words of Percival Spear. There is something extra in his makeup, that flash of the eye or turning of the head, which marks the crossing of the gulf between ability and genius. Towards the end, I would like to say a Hindu poem, a Hindu prayer. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kasyid dukh bhag bhavet. Sarve bhavantu sukhina means may all be happy. Sarve santu niramaya, may all be healthy, and may all not suffer from any problem. Sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, may all see that is good. May all keep happy, remain happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your blessings are precious to us. Thank you for joining us. We are feeling privileged and honored to have such a gracious personality among us. For another couple of minutes, I would like to invite another eminent and renowned personality who is amidst us, Dr. K.K. Rattuji, who is very much known to Satish sir, and I would like him to say a few words, just a couple of minutes, about Dr. Satish. Dr. K.K. Rattuji, if you're hearing me, kindly unmute yourself.
hearing me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you. Please.
Start.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, all of you from the all corners of the world and respected professors Kapoor Sahab, Dr. Anand, and other friends of literary world. I welcome you all from the Pink City, Jaipur of India. I listen the word of wisdom by Professor Satish Kapoor, and I recall my memories of 42 years back when I was student of Lailpur Khalsa College, Jalandhar, and he is teaching. He is professor then, and I am student then. And so the time and faith and sincerity and blessings of Kapoor Sahab, I remember all your affectionate hand on my head. I always respect, but I found a scholar of wisdom, a scholar of word, a scholar of Hinduism, but I found a very, very special person in your personality. I congratulate on this occasion, and I also congratulate Dr. Anand that he select your name from among the world's scholar list. This evening is very important for me because the line of poetry is now line of action in life sphere. Now the time is difficult, but sir, your word on the Vivekananda, on the spirit of Hinduism, I appreciate and I recognize your love always. I remembering the ground of Lailpur Khalsa College and also associate as a colleague in DAV University at Director Media and Professor at Journalism and Mass Communication when you are there in the capacity of founder registrar of DAV University. I respect. But I must say something that here is a words specific line of soul, a dialogue of soul which connect all of us and poetry in our veins and literature assembling and bridges all the souls through the literature, through the word. And you are blessed one that you listen, you authored, and you remembering us the soul, a dialogue between the soul and the society. That is the I underline. I underline the word of your wisdom and always remembering me on this occasion, on this beautiful evening. I congratulate you again and also thanks to the Dr. Anand and Ajad Foundation and also the very good words by the Praneet Jaggi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ratu, it was so kind of you to have said that, and we are glad that we have both of you together in on this platform this evening with us. Thank you for joining us. We'll have you again, sir, for another enlightening speech. Thank you so much. So may we begin with the proceedings of the conference, and let's have the first session together. And the first session is the panel discussion. And for this session, we have as our guest of honor Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Roy, who is again a senior journalist and an author from New Delhi with an experience of over 27 years. Now, when we talk of the panel, of course, we have to talk of the experts taking part in the panel, and we have a galaxy of experts with us today. Now, what is the panel about? The topic for today's panel is Effect of Personal Relationships and Children's Psychology Under the Pandemic. Now, irrespective of the demographics, the age groups, the backgrounds, and other categorizations, the pandemic has had dramatic effects on relationships. The repercussions are visible, more conspicuously among the children. And to talk about this grave issue, I call upon the panelists of the day to present their views on this topic. As panelists, we have to grace the occasion with us Dr. Vasudev Chakrabarti, Dr. Kalpana Purohit, Professor Surinder Nalji, Dr. J. Vasu. But before we start, I request Dr. Jarnail Singh Anand to initiate the discussion on the topic. Dr. Anand.
Thank you, Praneeth. Before I say anything, I would like to congratulate Dr. Satish Kapoor for today's award, and his presence is very precious for all of us. Thank you, Dr. Saab, for accepting this award. So today's panel discussion is about, as Dr. Praneeth has said, effect on human relations and children's psychology under the pandemic. So I wish simply to remark that this conference is actually related to the theme of literature under difficult times. So these are difficult times under the pandemic. Not only pandemic, there have been many calamities that have afflicted human society, and how they have affected human relations and how they have affected the minds of the children. We have invited for this, so first of all, Dr. Vasudev Chakrabarti. He is a very senior, very seasoned personality who has worked hard and worked long on these issues. So, without saying anything or staying you any further, we would like to plunge into the discussion directly. So, Dr. Praneeth, please invite Dr. Vasudev Chakrabarti.
Yes, sir. So my first invitation is to the learned scholar, Dr. Vasudev Chakrabarti, who is a former professor of English and faculty dean of the University of Kalyani, West Bengal. He has 6 published books to his credit on various literary subjects, more than 100 papers in literary journals in India as well as abroad. He has conducted a workshop on poetry of Tagore, lectured to writing and rhetoric classes on problems of translation to the postgraduate students of university in USA in 2003. We welcome you, sir, and I invite you for your deliberations on the topic, effects on personal relationships and children's psychology under the pandemic. Dr. Vasudev. Dr. Vasudev, please unmute.
There is disturbance so much. Why is disturbance there?
Now you hear me?
Lot of disturbance.
Lot of disturbance. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Lot of disturbance.
Okay. That's all.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Vasudev, sir. Yes.
Good evening, sir. We can hear you.
Do you listen to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Let me start. Good evening to everybody. To Honorable Dr. Kapoor, Satish Kapoor, my friend Dr. Jarnail Singh Anand, all the competent anchors and distinguished audience. persons, learned persons. This evening, what we intend to enter into the discussion is impact on human relationship and children's psychology under the pandemic. First of all, let me introduce the thing in that way. Man's desire to associate himself with others is perennial, and it is perhaps, I use the word perhaps instinctive. Man's love for the fellow beings, man's concern for the people around him is primeval, is archetypal. This is what is called, in one word, though it's a broad spectrum word, altruism. Both in the time of joy and suffering, man always stands by the side of others. And this is the principle of altruistic philosophy of life. The French positivist Auguste Comte and his offshoot in England was Leslie Stephen. The positivist was of France, and her offshoot was Leslie Stephen, who was the father of Virginia Woolf. And Leslie Stephen wrote a very epoch-making, revolutionizing book, the title of which is The Science of Ethics. And in this connection, I add only one word. Thomas Hardy contributed all his novels serially in the famous Cornhill magazine, which was edited by Leslie Stephen. So there is not even a single grain of doubt about the absence of individual relationship in the mainstream literature, philosophy, art, or anything of the past. Without individual relationship, literature cannot be born. Poetry cannot be born. We cannot think of it. Man cannot live a life in isolation. He is no longer than a man. So now I will point out, I will just mention some of the references, literary evidences that will show that during the time of the pandemic, for the last 6 centuries, literature was not at all in difficult situation, because human relationship was in the past. It is now in the present. And I'm 100% sure in future, it will be. Human relationship cannot without have it. This is a kind of physical distancing. I don't know the meaning of the word social distancing, which is very much popular among the doctors and experts and virologists nowadays. Even even abroad, people say it is a social distancing. What does it mean, social distancing? Is it physical distance? Social bonding? The relationship between my friends, one lives in Calcutta, another lives in Bathinda or Chandigarh. The relationship is not at all destroyed. Under no circumstances, relation can be destroyed. There may be physical distance. We are now talking, maintaining the physical distance, though it is a virtual conference popularly known as the first literary epidemic. Evidence of epidemic is, in England, a famous poem written by William Langland, 1830. He was born in 1830, died 1894. He wrote a famous allegorical verse Piers the Plowman. Piers the Plowman. There is a categorical reference to pandemic in Piers the Plowman. When I was a university student at Calcutta University, I read those lines, but I didn't hear. I didn't have any idea about what epidemic is. I didn't have any idea. So we oversighted, everybody oversighted those famous lines. I'm not going to quote those lines in this context. The poem takes the form of a series of dream visions dealing with the social and spiritual predicament of the late 14th century England arising out of plague. Plague had been present in England since the Black Death. We cannot deny it. I have checked only 3 books: E.P. Thompson, David Thompson, and Trevelyan. In these 3 books, all these things are recorded. I have just taken the materials from all those things, all those books. Plague had been present in England since the Black Death, infecting various fauna in the countryside, known as the plague of the 15th century occasionally. The second example, plague laid waste to England, especially to the capital, repeatedly during Shakespeare's professional life. In 1592, again in 1602, and 1606 and 1609. Look at Romeo and Juliet. Everybody has read that play. And though the first decade of the new century, the playhouse had been closed as often as they were open. I mean, when the death from the disease exceeded 30 per week, the London authorities closed playhouses. So when the Globe Theatre was there, the theatre remained closed for some time if the disease exceeded 30 per week. In Romeo and Juliet, there is a reference. There in Romeo and Juliet, the letter about Juliet's plan to pretend to have died does not reach Romeo because the messenger is forced into quarantine before he can complete his mission. So in Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, the word quarantine is present. And everybody knows what I used to know quarantine leave when I was in active teaching in the university, quarantine leave. But quarantine means this thing which we understand today is very amazing. At the end of the 16th century, the plague hit the Canary Islands at the southernmost region of Spain. So it was not a phenomenon that took place only in England, because we are concerned with England because we are the students of English literature. But in Spain also, in the 17th century, the outbreak was a series of great plagues, which is known to us as the Great Plague of London, 1665 to 66. Almost it continued at least for 2 years. But individual relationship was not destroyed. Literature was not destroyed. Poetry was, even in those days, born. Epidemics that were probably influenza have been reported throughout the recorded history. There were 13 several epidemics during the 18th century. Charles Booth, the first trade union leader in England, immediately after the Industrial Revolution, made a report and submitted to the Queen. And in that report, there is a clear mention of the epidemics. A journal of the plague year. Everybody knows this, knows the name of this book. Everybody. A journal of the plague year is a book by Daniel Defoe, who is famous for his small flounders. Everybody has read it. And Daniel Defoe, this book was published in March 1772. It is an account of man's experience of the year 1665, in which bubonic plague struck the city of London in what became known as the Great Plague of London, last epidemic of plague in that city. Let us go to Victorian, Dr. Jaggi. If the time is very limited, if I cross the limit, please remind me. In the Victorian period, Charles Dickens, I want to mention his lifespan, 1812 to 1870, please mind it. Charles Dickens probably would have given speeches about inadequate access to public health service. I have not got any reference to his speech during the last 2 weeks for this conference. But the pandemic would have definitely made it into his fiction, yes. And actually, and anachronistically, it is in the fiction. There is a smallpox epidemics in Bleak House, and Little Dorrit starts out with characters in quarantine due to that threat of plague. He also wrote powerfully about the spread of hysteria being like a disease, and that is certainly something we have seen with reactions to COVID-19 hysteria, with shoppers madly dashing the toilet paper in supermarkets and mobs of livid protesters pushing for an end to stay at home. In 19th century, Christina Rossetti, time life, was born in 1830, died in 1894. Christina Rossetti, sister of Dante Gabriel Rossetti. She wrote an excellent poem. I'm not going to read that big poem. I just will read just 4 lines about the epidemic. The title of the poem is Epidemic. Why I've been doing this? Why I'm doing this? Simply because I want to point out categorically, in spite of the destruction of elements, according to Dr. J.S. Anand and Dr. I will tell about their books later on, at the end, if I get time. The title of the poem is The Plague. It is a very interesting poem. It is a Petrarchian sonnet. Listen, the last stroke of death. Noon has struck. The plague is come. A gnashing madman said, and laid him down straightway upon his bed. He wreathed hands, did at the linen pluck. Then all is over. So this is the beginning of that song. I mean, from the octave I am saying that, well, quoting these lines. In Victorian period, George Eliot published, everybody knows it, at least students of literature knows it, published Scenes of Clerical Life, which is a collection of 3 short stories. It was her first published fiction. George Eliot's mother and siblings died on an epidemic. Then comes 20th century. In 1918 and to April 1920, 2 years that pandemic continued. It victimized 6 million people. 600 million people. 600 million people. Almost a third of the world's population at that time. The world at that time witnessed the immense sufferings of people. In this connection, I refer to one of the poems of that lady, Dr. Lakshmi Sri Banerjee, Kargil, in that anthology, When Elements Revolt. This huge number of deaths can be accredited to crowding in armed camps and city environments, as well as poor nutrition and sanitation system that almost broke down in the perilous time of war. War is also a kind of attack on nature. It is a violation of basic elements. Pandemic doesn't necessarily mean in present day context, in our context, this evening doesn't mean the disease. A doldrum, everything is in disorder. I refer to one poem written by Dr. J. Anand. I will not quote. I will not read the poems. It's a long bit.
Yeah. So could we conclude a bit early?
Time is over?
Yes, sir. We've already 15 minutes with the lecture. So could we have a
then
conclusion?
Just one sentence here and one sentence on
Sure.
that side.
Sure.
While Elements Revolted, this was published recently by Dr. J.S. Anand and Dr. Lakshmi Sri Banerjee. I have already referred to Dr. Banerjee's poem Kargil. Now I ought to have referred to this poem first, but which I couldn't do. Anyhow, the title of the book is When Elements Revolted. There are beautiful, all the stanzas are really nice, but the images are very gruesome, very horrible, very much nauseating. But after reading for the second time, I found this is an excellent. A man was lying dead on the funeral pyre. His son tried to light the fire, but the fire would not burn. Everybody was taken aback why the fire was not burning. Then the dead body was taken to the flowing river. The flowing river doesn't carry the dead body. Then finding no other alternative, they took the body and placed it on the top of a mountain, but no birds, no eagles, no vulture touched the body, because the man committed great sins several times. If you read that poem, you will find those instances which Dr. Anand has mentioned very implicitly. Finally, this is a big topic for discussion. Child psychology. 2-3 sentences. I am not a psychologist. I am not a expert on this subject. Still, I tell you one thing. My grandson from the USA during the first COVID-19 came to India. And at that time, my wife and I, both of us, were watching the TV. The child, Vivan, asked me, "Grandpa, what is pandemic? What is vaccination?" She is 7 to 8 years old, studying in KG school. What is pandemic? What is vaccination? What is social distancing? What is comorbidity? Actually, at that time, comorbidity was the meaning of comorbidity at that time, last year, was not even clear to me. What is comorbidity? I then looked at my daughter and found that he was quite ashamed of what she had done with her boy. She didn't answer to the baby's question. I asked the baby to sit on my lap and then told him, I tried to be very simple. What pandemic means, what social distancing means, what comorbidity means. Because the baby doesn't go to the school. He has no space. He is at home. He has no where to talk to his friends in the parks, in the park, in the evening. So his space is cut. Who will compensate the loss of that space? Who? It is the responsibility of the parents, which my daughter and Eric didn't do that. I asked Eric, didn't you answer to his question? Then he passed away. He went away. He avoided. So I answered all these questions. There is a pandemic, but children should be taken care of very carefully by their parents. Whenever a child speaks something to their parents about pandemic, the parents should respond each and every question of the child. That is the way to save our children.
Thank you, Dada. Let us.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, because we need to move on. Thank you so much. How beautifully Dr. Vasudev has laid out how classical literature has been a mirror to such difficult times as we are going through. Thank you for being with us, Dr. Vasudev. While we move on next to another erudite scholar, we have with us Dr. Kalpana Purohit, who is Professor and Head Department of English at Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan, India. She is a critic, a poet, and a translator, and has been Director of Center for Women's Studies. She's an active researcher and has prolifically published articles and also has 7 books to her credit. I welcome Dr. Kalpana Purohit and I invite her to express herself on the topic. Dr. Kalpana, please unmute yourself.
Hello, I send my warm greetings to each one of you. Am I audible, Parneet? Parneet, am I audible, dear?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I send my warm greetings to each one of you around the world here. A very good evening. And yes, extremely thankful to Dr. Anand. My regards to Basuda. You were very, very informative and enlightening. Dr. Kapoor, for congratulations for the honor conferred upon you. Now, I know the paucity of time, so I'm just going to lay down brief points of my deliberation because, and let me be very clear, I'm not touching upon the point of children's psychology. Much has been written, is being written, every day and talked about. So my focus would be on different area. In the wake of unprecedented times of pandemic these days, when doors were shut to human touch, things looked bleak. The human mind then stirred its creativity and opened numerous windows wherein the communication flowed freely. Initially, friends, I had my reservations about this, small screen, which act as a middleman to reach out to the faces at other side. I was telling Dr. Anand, but adjustment, adapt, and adopt are imperative lessons we human beings have learned in the hour of this crisis. Although I miss the smiles, my friends, that reach, their twinkling eyes, and the warmth of their hugs that spelled assurance, yet feelings reach out to me through their voices of love and care and vice versa today. Friends, life changes, is dynamic, and we are all on the move. But what worries me today here is that in this ever fast changing world, each one of us has become a part of blind race that lead us to dark alleys, unaware of our destinations. Amidst this journey of life, lots has been missed out and more to slip from our fists. Each man around us, including us, I feel me, is fragmentary in nature. This pandemic has brought fundamental questions of human existence back in question. It has changed the paradigms of human interaction also. The attempt, of course, will not be here to discuss the literary dimension of existentialism or writers like Kafka, Camus, Ibsen, etc., which if I had time, I could have discussed. Of course, their views help us to comprehend the relationships. Existence indicates the way in which human beings are in the world in contrast to the other beings and how they engage themselves with that world. You know, any moment of distress take us back to the fundamental questions of life that once even bothered Heidegger, such as anxiety, death, being, etc. And there is a list on galore of literary works, as Basudha mentioned, which are written against the backdrop of human tragedy, you know, plague and epidemics. So I'm again not referring it to. Yet at the same time, let me remind you that some reflect optimism at the end and show rise of human beings from the annihilation of ashes, venturing into seeking the meaning of their existence. There are a host of writers, you know, actors, everyone projected individuals in perpetual conflict with society. There is a brooding sense of angst also. You remember heroes like Oedipus the Rex, Hamlet, Dr. Faustus, and others. They're all endlessly engaged in questioning or quest for their, you know, existence and hiatus with the universe. The relationship between them and their surrounding is far more happier. It's not, you know, harmonious. And out of this perception is born a plethora of theories, which create more complications rather than, you know, offering or finding solutions, I feel. 20th century brought with it a legacy of violence, unheard of its scale. On the other hand, or to this disruption of human life, which I mentioned, there developed a thought that projected a vision which has sustained a harmony between an individual, society, and cosmos. And that's the premise of my thought today. Who is man? The reflection of the eternal light? What is the world? And how could the reflection be cut off from that light? In lieu of this thought as expressed by Jami, a poet, I would say that human beings are the best creation of God. And needless to say, we look up with gratitude towards our Creator. Do we? Please ask this question to yourself. Relationship is state of being, you know, connected to somebody, related. And here I begin with self. I feel the self is caged, entrapped with prejudices, greed, fear, negativity, and so on. There are Sufi poets and philosophers who saw individual as the substance of the universe, and not as Freudian concept of ego, the self, or a solitary I. I quote here from Ashtavakra Gita, where it says that look closely at the cloth, you see only threads. Look closely at creation, you only see self. So dissolution of the self and not its assertion is the foundation of philosophical portrayal. The physical confinement as we see here today, as Vasudha mentioned, it did not stop us to think. It was just the physical kind of a, you know, distance. But in fact, it became a gateway to humanity. It's time to reflect upon, discover and rediscover ourselves. It gave us an opportunity to recollect in tranquility and inhale the essence of life. I personally feel a lot after this administrative work, which really tolls your health all around 24 hours. So I feel very happy, not doing any work as a dean or a head and sitting at home reading books and playing sports. People have tried to find arm solace in the varied forms of art. And also they seek the significance of art in life. Sir Aurobindo contends that art is not only technique or form of beauty. I'm not reading the whole quote. He says it's the self-expression under the conditions of aesthetic vision. It becomes therefore important for all of us to engage in the quest of self and find happiness within. And that's very important, let me tell you, Please tell your children happiness is very important through the magnificence and wondrous beauty that nature beholds, or the power of words, that consoles and, sustains us, colors that awakens our souls, the fresh breeze, the music in the flowing streams, the fluttering birds, the rivers, mountains, everything that translates its effable beauty into exquisite. In the joyous mood of ecstatic wonder, it lends a sense of freedom and uplifts our souls. Let me tell you, friends, nature did never betray the heart that loves her. Remember, so fill your life with breathing of your hearts. I remember Perles Buck. Of course, I won't talk about plague, which I had quoted, as Sir has already done at Basuda. But I remember Good Earth. The central character, the protagonist, Olan, makes endless sacrifices to preserve those relationships that lend meaning to her life. And we too have to realize that an individual in himself is nothing apart from his surroundings. He derives meaning from the social context which nourish him. And that bondage is irrepressible. Strength of those myriad of ties come from love, which plays a dominant role in individual's life. What I'm talking and deriving, it's not only from fragmentation and achieving the wholeness in our lives, but these are the values we have to instill in our children. That gives them strength. Love which demands self-effacement. It's not a denial of self, but the fulfillment of it. Rumi, another poet, he says that he longs to escape the prison of his ego in the mountains and the desert. And he wants to lose himself there. So what is happening here is, after Rumi discovers his self, happiness inside, he has achieved that self. He sensed what was in him was in others too. This way he unifies the love of God with the love of humanity. And Rumi advises us to hold on to relationships, nurture them with love if we want to achieve harmony or wholeness in our lives, because he sees those physical beings as an extension souls of God. He writes, I won't like to read the entire thing. He says, come, let us appreciate each other, because he says the believer is the mirror of the believer. Why are we turning our face from that mirror? The entire poem is beautifully the rendition, and you can read if anybody is interested, from Diwan-e Kabir, because he sees love is an expansion of self, which longs to fuse with larger cosmic self, that is God. I remember William Wordsworth's Pentheus vision too envisages, all-pervading radiance of the supreme presence on the earth, when he says a motion and a spirit that impels the objects of all thoughts. It's all-pervading presence of supreme God. Tagore, which I'm very fond of Tagore. So Tagore too expresses his yearnings in Gitanjali, where he wants to be one with his creator. And there is no existential questioning. But here he feels that he cannot exist apart from thou. Apart from thou and the aura of that grandeur that accompanies this relationship. At the same time, Tagore reminds us of our duties in the mortal world, which need not come in conflict with our self-realization. Problems arise in everybody's lives. We all go through the tragedies, human tragedies, deaths, anxieties. The problem arises when an individual detach himself from the cosmic origin or society, or deny that bondage, as we see, that has been very well explained in Mahabharata, the Gita. One has to fulfill his responsibilities while experiencing the odyssey of life and not meandering in the dark and unknown. And here Tagore, of course, rejoices that, the same stream of life that runs through my veins and night and day, he says, And tumultuous waves he talks of is the same life that is rocked in the ocean, cradle of birth and death in ebb and flow. These lines epitomizes Tagore's ideas of love, its manifestations, and oneness with the divine. Further, the greenness of the grass is the divine poetry. Man's form is the God's lyric. The poet calls for seeking oneness with divine to achieve wholeness, enlarge the consciousness with a sense of gratitude, and one should find, I feel, joys in the gift of gladness, beauty in the midst of tears, for beauty's truth, truth, beauty, as Keats says. Thence, with full-throated, we sing the songs of humanity and worship the infinite and unknown. The light of thy music illumines the world. The life breath of thy music runs from sky to sky. The holy stream of thy music breaks through all stormy obstacles and rushes on. The lyrical measures sing the glory of oneself, oneness with the ourselves, within ourselves, society, nature, divine. So friends, my plea here is, lend your ears to the symphony in the music of life, and remember, this earth has its music too. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patient hearing. My prayers for each one of you, and be safe and take care.
Thank you, Kalpana ma'am. That was an interesting expression of how innocence and beauty of children is affected. And while quoting Rumi, Wordsworth, and Tagore, and while you talked of preserving the joys and artisticness of children, I'm reminded here of that famous quote by Pablo Picasso, who said, "Every child is an artist. The problem is how to remain an artist once we grow up." So yes, that is true. We need to preserve these things. We need to train our children. And thank you for that beautiful expression that you have capsuled in just 10 minutes, because our time slot is very tight.
Really capsuled my entire deliberation. People can read it later.
And extra thanks for that.
And let me thank you, Parneet, for your warm introduction. And you are wonderful. Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you. So we move on to our next discussion by another great scholar, scientist, and administrator, and the writer whose 2 poetry collections we released day before yesterday. We have with us Professor Surinder Lalji. He also has 3 novels to his credit. He has authored several books on physics and was honored with a Distinguished Author Award in 2011 by the Federal of Educational Publishers, New Delhi. I invite you, Professor Sir, to please come up on the virtual stage and express your views on this topic. Professor Surinder Lalji, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Parneet. I think I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Parneet, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
I extend warm greetings to everybody and thankful to Dr. Janel Singh for inducting me to this elite poetic club. I am a man of science, as you stated. Much of my task on speaking on the topic has been done by the literary giants, Basudev Chakrabarti ji and Dr. Kalpana Purohit. I cannot speak at the level which they have spoken. My total education and background is in physics, and physics is fuses me nature. I have been observing, studying, and drawing inferences. Therefore, much of my talk will be on a very, very different plane, not on of the type which the 2 literary giants have spoken. I will just talk about what I have observed in all these times. And I will be trying to limit myself within 10 to 11 minutes, as Dr. Janel Singh has said. You see, in calamities like flood, hurricane, cyclone, earthquakes, people come together to share the grief by helping the suffering lot. But a pandemic is different, savagely cruel, with unpredictable course and duration of spell. First wave, second wave, third wave, and who knows there may be an nth wave, as Madam Praneeth used this term, nth wave. It's a mathematical term. In the present corona pandemic, people are directed to isolate themselves, keep distance, and be masked. All this affects the human relationship in bizarre ways. The pandemic may pleasantly mend relationship, painfully end relationship, and may even send them forever to the other world. We are all seeing this happen around us. So whatever I will speak now is based on my observation. For the last 1.5 years, we have been through this pandemic. While going through an article in Bombay Mirror, I came across a story of a couple fiercely fighting for divorce in the days when COVID's first wave struck. Suddenly, lockdown was announced, and husband and wife, which were living in different towns, had no option but to go back to their home in Bombay, which still was intact. Due to lockdown, the courts also didn't function for a month or so. During that period, they were forced to live in their home and make food out of whatever they had in their home before they departed. And after 1 month, when the divorce petition was put up before the court for hearing, none of them went to the court, and they are living together happily thereafter. This is mending of relationships. Now, if we go through the newspaper around the world, many divorce petitions are pending because by living at different places due to pandemic constraints, the couples are suspecting infidelity, whether it's real or virtual, and that is leading to ending of relationships. And now comes the case when relationships may be sent to the other world. I know of a friend of mine, a very prominent doctor. We had a 50 years long association. After retirement as principal of a medical college, he put all his savings to build a hospital, also took loans for his son, who too was in the same specialty as his father. His son became a COVID victim. I couldn't mourn his death. My friend didn't want me to be exposed as the COVID was at its peak. Then bad luck. If it comes, it never rains, but it pours. He himself died due to corona. But before dying, he asked me to pray for him that he gets a few years lease of life to bring up his 2 grandchildren and make them settle in the hospital. But he too died, leaving young children behind to fend for themselves. He has gone to the other world. Family shattered, hospital shattered. Now this is the ending of relationships. From mending to ending to sending to the other world. What will happen to any one of us? Nobody knows. Now, talking about the children, they are a very sensitive and vulnerable lot. Exposure to gruesome pictures of disease and death cause fear and anxiety in their minds. And they might grow up as a terrified lot, always living in suspicion, always living in fear of death. What type of generation would that be is anybody's guess. We work hard. We want to make a name because we hope for a better tomorrow, because we feel that we too will rise up with the sun. But when tomorrow is doubtful, we live every moment in uncertainty. Further, due to lack of exercise, it is leading to obesity, sleep disturbance, and all that may even lead to premature deaths. Our next generation is threatened And the worst of all is falling prey to the internet and the cell phone addiction that has become a necessary evil due to online teaching. Once this uncertain pandemic is hopefully over, there will be serious difficulties in readjusting to the previous schedules. Many of the children during this period, I told you I am a person of physics, and physics means just observation. I cannot be a philosopher because that's not my subject, and I'm very grateful to my previous speaker. Respected, they have dealt with the topic in a very, very philosophical way. Mine is a practical one. Many of the children during the period have developed serious arthritic problems, cervical spondylitis, wrist arthritis. They are unable to write as their fingers pain. I know of the only grandson of my very close friend. In a race to beat everyone in the online teaching, the boy worked so hard that he developed cervical problems to an extent that he staggered in his room, hit the bed corner, and at the age of 17, he was no more. This is a very frightening scenario. And one shudders to think about the future because the enemy we are facing is invisible. It is said that the total coronavirus in the world weighs just 1.5 grams, nothing. And apart from this, this virus is very intelligent for its size. Whenever it sees a masked or a vaccinated person, it runs away to seek soft targets. And then it is chaining its strains also because its main purpose is to attack, to maim, to maul, to cause death, to cause havoc. We are coming up with various assurances and theories that after third waves, the things might be all right. Who knows? Now here my science comes into picture. As a student of physics, I believe strongly in two very fundamental laws. One of them is in ancient philosophy also. That's called Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Heisenberg was given a Nobel Prize for that. Which states, shorn of its mathematical complexities, it states in a very simple way that one can never predict the course of things. It is all uncertain. And this second law is the law of entropy. Entropy means chaos, disorder. This states, and this rules out any decrease in chaos or disorder. Please, though it's a very sad thing, but never expect the world to grow wiser and the world to become less turbulent because it will be against the laws of nature. We can at best make our world stay, we can make the disorder, chaos stay where it is now, but we cannot restore the order that has been already lost. To me, all thoughts that this pandemic will be thing of the past are only to calm down our nerves. You might have seen that protocols, medicines, etc., which were relevant till a few days ago have now become redundant. New protocols are enforced. For example, blood transfusion and that sphere and all those medicine, they have now banned. New protocols have been, but who knows that these new protocols may also be dumped very soon. As I said earlier, we are fighting a highly intelligent enemy. Possibly that enemy has come to teach us a lesson, how we have to live and behave, and probably to settle the score for all our misdeeds that we have done in disregarding nature. But there is nothing to lose heart. I am not that pessimistic. In spite of all this, we have just not to lower our guards against the enemy. Medical infrastructure which has been recently strengthened, should not dismantle the way we did after the first wave. New norms should become a part of our habit. And then children should be encouraged that such calamities have come and gone, and the mankind has always survived. There is no place for pessimism. Children have to be constantly told that only those who are fit, they will survive. Now, lest this whole discussion become serious, I would now like to digress a little to let my friends know my personal take on pandemic in a different way. I was told, a friend of mine, that he went to a bank to get his work done. Another person with a mask came and wanted his work to be done first. Both were adamant and were almost on the verge of fighting. But my friend listened carefully to the man's voice. It seemed to him to be very familiar. The man was wearing a cap also. That made recognition all the more difficult. When that man just unmasked himself, took up a bit, my friend realized that they were colleagues for the last half a decade, half a century in the same college. They hugged each other, shook hands as long as they could do, feel good hormones like serotonin, dopamine, they started flowing in abundance. My friends, it is the lack of these happiness hormones, the hugs, the handshakes that are murdering us all. Then again, another idea. In these times, the idioms too have changed. We used to say, keep your enemy at an arm's length. Now we have to keep 2 yards distance from everyone, both enemy and friend. And then the meaning, the phrase face-to-face talk has now become mask to mustache, mask to mask, and that too at a distance of 6 feet. Another very hilarious observation, while looking for a match for their marriageable children, the parents will search for a family which is negative. If the family is positive, no business. Positive has not become a dreaded word. Negative is soul-stirring. So let us be all negative and pray not to turn positive anytime. Now coming to still a little humorous aspect of this talk, my friends would recall a song from an old Hindi movie, Na Muh Chupa Ke Diyo, which means don't live hiding your face. But now this slogan is different. If we have to live muh chupa ke diyo, mask your face, then what type of word would that be where every face is masked? And in this August Poetry Assembly, I would like to recall a ballad by John Keats that I read in my 12th class, La Belle Dame Sans Mercy. Now Keats would have to reinvent a new term for haggard, as his knight at arms is falling through on arms and is masked and is showing no feelings at all. With all these words, I would like to thank this August Poetic Assembly for listening to me and giving me their most valuable time. May you all be blessed and have nice time. Prayers for bright future for all of us and our generation. And now I end up by saying that we usually depart and say each other, hope to meet you soon. I will say like this, hope we all meet at WPC 3rd soon before rendezvous with the stars and the moon. Thank you very much for your love and affection. And I wish to thank Dr. Janelle Singh and Dr. Kaur also for being honored. He deserves all of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Parneet. I think I'm within time.
Yes, so thank you so much. Thank you for that experiential analysis of the pandemic. And yes, experience is the best teacher, no rivals it has. So we move on the panel. Next, we have another erudite scholar with us, and he is Dr. J. Basu. Dr. Basu has been teaching English literature and language across different colleges and universities in West Bengal over the last few decades, and currently he is Associate Professor of ELT English Language Teaching in Center for Language Translation and Cultural Studies. He has over 40 books of poetry to his credit, and with the UGC sponsorship, he's done a number of research projects on fiction and films. He's been conferred with several awards, and he's an eminent scholar of our country. I welcome you, Dr. Basu, and I invite you for your exposition on the topic. Please unmute yourself, Dr. J. Basu.
Thank you, Parneet. I am audible?
Yes, sir. Very much audible. Yes.
Thank you. I assure I will not wear your passions thin by talking. Let me come to the point right now. Distinguished and learned audience, this morning I opened my eyes and saw on my messenger, Dr. Janil Singh Anand's message, Brother Joy, you are slotted into 8 minutes and a grace of 2 minutes, okay? But my goodness, we are part of and inseparable with a cosmic relationship. Einstein wanted us to look at the splendor and symmetry of this relationship. We know his relativity theory. And Einstein wanted us to believe that we have a God, definitely, but that God is not very particularly concerned with your and my personal destinies. He has a range, infinite range of things to fit into his grand scheme of things. Now, what happened actually over more than 1 year, and most of the period I had been staying in New Delhi, I saw from my own experience what happened actually, how panic sticked, how panic traumatized the general psyche in the looming and thickening overshadow of coronavirus fear. Coronavirus fear, this is one phrase, on the global humanscape, from the remotest hamlet or village to a glittering metropolis. I, of course, mean New Delhi, where I stayed most of this period, Corona period. What happened? The mind of literature is not breezy and happy over this period. Melancholy sipped into the spirit of literature. I myself wrote more than 20 poems on the psychological impact of this fierce psychosis born of coronavirus. The pervasive fright and panic, fear of a sudden uproot from the family, from the society, from the profession, and from life itself, distills into the sensitive mind of literature. Of course, poetry included. I myself, as I told you, wrote a number of poems, pensively sometimes, at times philosophically, as a kind of self-created defense mechanism vis-a-vis COVID aggression that levels the king and the beggar at one sweep, the great, grand, cranky leveler and devourer. I am sure, had there been another Ovid at this grave juncture, even that Ovid would have shaken and shivered to portray time in terms of this pandemic killer. Ironically, this killer, this viral killer is romantically named, why I don't know, Corona, that recalls romantic names like Corina, Charisma, Katrina, and so on. Hats off to humanity's undying sense of humor in the face of the worst disaster and dislocation of human history. Ovid would have lapsed back into an uneasy, uncomfortable silence after just articulating a lament in this situation. Look, another killing third wave is tiptoeing to us to evict man from anchors in family, society, and workaday world. That is my primary focus. Within this slot of 8 minutes, I have to be telescopic. My next point of contention is that the sensitive mind of literature across generic ramifications must be reviewing and grieving the sudden disappearance of a still the love touch in the campus. I believe only love is real. That's my personal realization, that love is healing, that love is cure-all. Love is a cure-all for all our maladies and non-relation. Anyway, as I was talking of that sudden disappearance of still the love touch in the campus or park or shopping mall or in privacy, and the loss of love touch by a friend in my deep distress, the redemptive pat of my teacher on my back when I am about to break down. These are all lost because of this coronavirus. Living is a joy when it comes to huddling together, when it comes to a familial and societal love, touch. Where is love? Where is that healing touch? They are gone because of this aggression of a microscopic virus. This is a lamentable fact, but we are helpless. We have lost that touch of mother also. Right now, when I am feverish, my mother won't come and give on my forehead a reiki touch of healing from within. Right now, if I fall miserably in a venture whatsoever, who will come and hug me and kiss away my tearful sorrows? Nothing of the sort is going to happen now because of this virus. So we have just entered a new era of abrogation of touch and love, abrogation of touch and healing love, and interpersonal immediacy that is so urgent for effective relationship. So much necessity in the fledgling of a child into adulthood. I recall the prophetic last line of a story by Sherwood Anderson in his collected works of stories, the Waynesburg, Ohio, and the story is titled The Adventure. The story concludes with the line, as far as I can recall, everybody in the world wants to be loved. Unfortunately, we are going to live in a world of non-relation and lovelessness. Is this bleak reality emerging because of this? I don't believe in social distancing. In the phrasing, I don't have much conviction. The very term social is inclusive. It's an inclusive concept, social. Then within the social, distancing is a contradiction in terms. Physical distancing should be the right phrase. So in this era of physical distancing, we are going to get love and healing touches lost. And at the receiving end, the worst sufferers must be presumably the children. Anyway, I recall that line, last line, we are living in a world of non-relation and lovelessness. And is that last line prophetic? That is the question that haunts me nowadays. Is the writer or author, better to say author, because whoever writes is a writer, but not every writer is an author. And most of the authors are very prophetic in their sweep of vision and wisdom. My next point of view is that the ultimate point is this, that this new pandemic situation prevails under the frown of a third wave, yet another, and that may affect adversely our children as more vulnerable victims, as the doctors say, that the most of the adults would be by then, or should be by then, vaccinated, but the children will then be prone to the third wave of coronavirus. So that fear percolates to the parents, and via the parents to the tender mind of the children. And we have to be empathetic. We have to live into the consciousness of a child to feel how a child is likely to be terrorized and traumatized by the downward filtration of fear from the parents. I don't know. I have to live into the consciousness of a child to see how it is being mutated by that downward infiltration of fear psychosis as they intuitively visualize and feel in their parents. And the result is not at all hopeful and very bleak. Sometimes I say to myself, look, Joy, now there is no more an all-encompassing, trustable worldview from which private and public life can derive their values and guidelines. The formulation of a trustworthy reality has become almost impossible with the emergence of new actualities of quarantine, self-isolation, digital living. Reality becomes more and more discontinuous, inconclusive, and fictive, as in a horror story, in its strange and original and bizarre behavior. I say these things to myself and I become rather sad. But like anybody else here, right from the President of America to a street beggar, we are all helpless before this radio microscopic virus. And ironically, we have sent decades ago our astronauts to the moon, while a puny virile virus is almost about to demolish the glory and the pride and the citadel of science and technology. Is it the fallout of nature violated? Nature violated, I presume, is nature revengeful? Is it the subtlest way of nature's revenge on mankind who dared violate the virginity of pristine nature for his own dividend and profit motive? Maybe so. You may call me a pessimist, but I look at things in this way, believing that these are the brute realities and we cannot deny the psychological, physical, relational aspects of this dislocation that the world never witnessed before. Go. Okay, sorry, my pet was disturbing me. Poets are prophets. I come to that point. Way back in the 17th century, John Donne wrote, "The element of fire is quite put out, the sun is lost, and the earth, and no man's wit can well direct him where to look for it. It is all in pieces, all coherence gone, all coherence gone." Is it prophetic? And John Donne, the leading member of the 17th century metaphysicals, articulated this truth, which is prophetic. I believe so. Then, what is my point of view ultimately? It is that I put it in a question form. Is the sun and the poetry of earth are going to be lost to the child of today? In his letter to Bailey, John Keats said, "The poetry of the earth is never dead." But because of this coronavirus, its infectability, its mortality rate, its unpredictability, its unguessable range of attack. Should I say then, just a second, Dada, is the sun and the poetry of earth are going to be lost to the child of today? The days to come will tell what is going to be the fallout of coronavirus on the child mind. This is all what right now I can say in a taut telescopic manner. Okay, thank you, Dr. Parni, for providing this. To speak my heart out.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. That was so kind of you. And how you looked at the brute realities of the day and brought out the practical stance of the contemporary days. And yes, you rightly said we have to sneak into the subconsciousness of the children to find out the exact reality. But I particularly like the irony that you mentioned, that why this virus is romantically named as Corona or Karina types or Katrina type. So that was the salt and pepper to the whole solution. And I'm reminded of a statement by Francis Bacon here. He said, imagination was given to man to compensate him for what he is not. And a sense of humor is given to a man to console him for what he is actually. So we are kind of, with the word Corona, we are consoling ourselves.
Survival oeuvre. Yeah. In the face of the worst tragedy, it is the survival oeuvre of man. It's ingrained in the ecology of man. This is a survival instinct.
Yeah, so that was back in 16th century when Bacon gave this dictum, a very precise statement. So thank you for joining us, Dr. Basu. We had a great listening to you, and we hope we rejoin again whenever we have the next opportunity. Thank you for joining us.
Hopefully so, hopefully so.
Yeah, we move on to welcome and invite our guest of honor for this session, and he is a senior journalist and an author from New Delhi, Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Roy. Well, he carries a cumulative journalistic experience of over 27 years, and he has written extensively on rural development, agriculture, marginalized sections of society, health, economy, and finances. And he's been working with the Pioneer, Daily Post, ANI in New Delhi, and was also the resident editor of the Pioneer Chandigarh edition. Mr. Roy has also profusely freelanced for publications for like Telegraph, Pioneer, Hindustan Times, All India Radio, New Delhi, etc. And he's also authored books like Critical Appraisal and Insight into Exclusive Growth, Unraveling Punjab, an Epitome of Opportunities and Challenges, and the Haryana story. I congratulate you, Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Roy, for such a beautiful profile, for so many achievements, and I invite you for a short address to our audience on the stage. Mr. Roy, please unmute yourself.
Namaskar and good evening to all of you. And it's really a tough task given by Dr. Janel Singh Anand to me, and I'm privileged also. And as I said, as I have admitted at the very outset, that the task is really tough. And but as a journalist, I'll try to be as brief as possible, because precision is the hallmark of journalism, and we have to say many things in a fewer words and a fewer paragraphs. We have to say a lot. The topic which was chosen for today's discussion was really brilliant, very important. It was related to children, and during this pandemic, these 2 years' time, the children have suffered a lot. There are multiple reports which have been spoken about how the children have been subjected to multiple types of exploitation, including physical exploitation from across the world. And since the majority of the children in a country like India are from the poor background, economically poor families, so we can just imagine the kind of sufferings they have been undergoing during these 2 years. And we have no data, we have no audit reports just to find out the way they have been suffering and the way they are going to suffer in the future. But as I pointed out, that the task is given to me is very difficult. But since I have also been a student of English language and literature, I have a little bit of confidence to do some justice to the assignment which has been given to me. All the speakers, all the scholarly speakers, they spoke so well, and certainly I'm not in a position to throw any light on their expositions, propositions, on observations they have made. They are like my teachers. And Professor Vasudev Chakrabarty sir spoke excellently. It goes without saying, and I do not have the audacity to comment on what he said, but my submission to all the participants is to take the message from all the scholarly speakers that we have been able to assimilate, to take it to forward, to assimilate in our behavior and action, so that we are able to build a better world, a better social order, which is more inclusive, which takes care of the poorest among the poor in an inclusive manner, which is really inclusive in action, in words, not just on the papers, as we have been responding to the crisis in these 2 past years. Professor Surinder Lal sir also spoke about how this pandemic has unmasked humans, our behavior. In fact, this pandemic has brought out grim reality of our social order, that how fragile is our social order. I'm also a victim of this pandemic, not because of certain regions, how the people lost their jobs. And despite the fact that it was a tough time, the people were not compensated, they were just kicked out of the organization, and their children have suffered a lot. And if you don't talk about the lower middle class families, they have also suffered. If you could a bit think about the poor children, the poor families, the families who were dependent upon unorganized sector, which has been totally demolished across the world. And we can just imagine the number of the child labor we have worldwide. Just a few days back, we have taken a pledge to fight against child labor. Now you can imagine the number of child labor which will go up because of the pandemic. I certainly agree there is a need to make our society loveful, where there is a love touch. But as Professor Basu pointed out, love is missing, love touch is missing. But so that makes the task much more challenging. I do take it as an opportunity to engage ourselves in this build back process in an inclusive manner. Let us build a world, a society where children in general and all people, they are taken care of in a better manner. It's a very tough time. We all need to join hands with each other. We cannot live and survive in isolation now. We have to talk of physical distancing. That's perfectly. But we also need to talk about this. We have to end this the social distancing, which is creating a lot of problems. Pandemic has brought us together in more ways than one. So on this positive note, I would like to conclude myself and my gratitude to Professor Anand, to Azad Foundation for giving me this opportunity to share my thought. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Yes, that was indeed needed. That you kind of summarize the entire panel session in just 2 words, that what we need is the healing touch and love and bonding all through. Yes, we need a society with a bond, and we all need to be together through these times. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Roy. It's an honor to have you. Thank you. Now, hurriedly moving on to the next session, because this panel session has gone a bit longer than it was expected. So I move on to the poetry session. And for the poetry session, it is a humble request from my part to all the participating poets. Please recite 1 short poem of your choice and do not go for the second poem. So while we start with the poetry session, let me welcome the guest of honor on this poetry session. He's with us, Mr. Mukul Kumar, a bureaucrat, a novelist, a poet. He is also an Okay. Let me once again welcome Mr. Mukul Kumar, who is the guest of honor in our poetry session today. He is an Indian Railway Traffic Service Officer, and he balances creativity and Indian civil services with perfection. He's been honored with the National Award for Outstanding Service to the Indian Railways, and his works include 2 novels and 2 poetry anthologies. He has been honored with Bharat Nirman Award 2020 for Literary Excellence and Purvanchal Gaurav Samman 2019. I welcome you, Mr. Kumar, and I invite you to grace the occasion with a poem of yours. Mr. Mukul Kumar, please unmute yourself. Mr. Mukul Kumar, we have you on the panel here. Please unmute yourself. Yeah.
Now, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. Before beginning to recite my poem, I would like to share something very personal, with the viewers here. Since we have been talking about pandemic, and I was enlightened by the perspectives, various perspectives on the pandemic, which could bring this corona like scare in its various nuances, and which has gone on to threaten human existence itself at large. I lost my father quite recently to this COVID, and I felt that I'm plunged into sort of, what to say, a bottomless abyss, you can say. And as a poet, and then poet rose in me, and he was trying to capture, articulate the emotions which were emerging. And believe me, no expression was sufficient to articulate my emotions. You call it heartbreak, you call it shock, you call it sadness, you call it grief. Grieving is a very general term when you lose someone very dear to your heart. Why I chose this opportunity to share my emotions with the viewers here, that this poem which I'm going to recite is born of that particular struggle of a poet to capture the emotions of a son after losing his father. So here is the poem, Soul Break. Because, what I felt that, the sense of void, everybody, is supposed to feel. It is quite natural, which comes to you when you lose someone as close as your father. But what was happening to me that, there was a deeper realization that life is never going to be the same again for me. And that particular realization, propelled me to, a different scale of imagination. And the only thing I could feel that life diminishing in my breath. And it doesn't have to do only with heart. I think soul, definitely came into the picture. And that is why I have titled this poem, Soul Break. The humming fan over me as I lie in my bed, fans some motion into my being, stilled, and lends some music to my breath, muted. Senses a struggle to testify the soul that is breaking under the crushing burden of the grief from the bereavement. It's upon the world, not soul, to supply life. It's upon the world, not soul, to supply life. The life that can furnish only the force that can get you to walk on the treadmill, not traverse the ground. Life is a dream wherefrom man will wake up into death. So this is the poem born of my personal experiences, and it is very dear to my heart. So I chose, do I have some time to recite another poem, because in pandemic was the theme? If a panel permits me.
Yeah, you may, sir.
Then I am going to sustain this theme of pandemic, because it has completely mutated human sensibility and captured it. Every creative artist is bound to get affected very deeply by this event of such a scale, which has plunged entire humanity into, I think, tragedy. Tragedy is a very meager expression. So confinement has become the norm of the life, as we have been able, listened to many, speakers here. Confinement is the norm now, and venturing out is fraught with huge risks. And then, imagination comes to your rescue. Here, I have tried to bring out that sensibility. When you are gripped in such an atmosphere, you are gripped with that sensibility, that sense of wanderlust. You want to move out, you want to explore. Here, I think imagination has come to my rescue. And through this poem, I have painted nature in its different form, be it mountains, be it sea, be it forest, all those, all those forms of nature bringing out its beauty. This is the theme of the poem. So it is titled Wanderlust. The summit sublimates into the mist that is drifting into the clouds around. Its rise, gay and spirited, speaks the thirst for the sky, the unknown, freed from the dreary fixity of the abode. Knowledge is the enemy to discovery, and nothing can be everything. The sight echoes in my heart with all its magic and merriment, and in all its spirits and shades. The unspotted sky swoons over the sea. Now I am moving from mountain to sea. The unspotted sky swoons over the sea, arcing to kiss it with an unafraid passion. The sublime blue horizon, the two blues echoing each other, beckons me with its surreal charm. The loveliest journey is to an illusory destination, when an untiring adventure colors the quest for discovery. Fatigue and fervor fused into the bliss of freedom, and travels and arrives every rowing. Now, from sea, I am moving on to desert. The sky is a beautiful ball resting delicately upon the brilliant golden saucer of an unending desert. The harrowing hollowness is enticing. The rapidly shifting dunes under the fearsome roaring winds inspired the terrible charm of mutability. The eerie enchantment calls me aloud, excitement turning and tossing within with a wild gayness. God and ghost are twins, and fear is the pet of the unadulterated freedom. One of the chimeras has to be oasis. Faith is the feather for flight. Faith is the feather for flight. The forest is enveloped in darkness, the moonlight seducing it into alluring color, curves, and contours. The femme fatale foments in me a fatal attraction. Fright is the spice of adventure, danger the darling of discovery, and terror the trinket of beauty. On the offer is nature, as its surreal best, with the whispers of the ghostly silences, the strange sounds of the sleeping forest, and the spooking smells of the prowling beast, that is sure to be the cure for the malignant melody of monotony. So this brings out, this poem basically depicts the theme of wanderlust and how that is tending to come to us very often in this atmosphere when the confinement has become a norm. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukul Kumar. That was indeed poignant, touching. And yes, I think in one way it should be healing for you and for all those who suffered this kind of pain. And the imagery your poems carried were lucid enough in delineating the twinge that you have in your heart after the loss of your father. We're very sorry for that. And beautifully, you have brought out that pain. Actually, the intent of the conference is to get out that pain from inside the hearts and to share it among the poet fraternity. So we are so glad to have you here. How are you, sir? My question, a short question is, how are you able to balance this painful reality and your timings with the work that you have, and you are placed on a ground reality position? How do you manage that creativity going through that tough schedule of work and pain? I mean, how do you put it in your poetry? Is it on a routine basis, or it is just that naturally when it comes out?
No, I firmly believe in what Keats says about poetry, that it comes to the poet as leaves to a tree.
Naturally,
you can't, poetry or any form of creativity is a matter of compulsion, not choice. It takes its own course through you. Yeah. You feel that you are just an agent, and creativity gets itself expressed through you. So that is that is how I live as a creative artist. I wait for the inspiration to come, and I hold my pen only when I am compelled to. And when you are gripped with something as fierce as passion, fierce is the only term which comes to my mind. It takes its own course. So balancing is not a very, a very deliberate act on my part. Everything falls into place in a very natural and automatic way.
Yeah, it happens when poetry is an afflatus and it is an outpouring coming out naturally, then there is no need to balance anything.
And for me, poetry, because my sensibility, I call myself a melancholic person. So poetry is a great means for catharsis from me. And believe me, poetry is the eternal source of pleasure from pain for me. I think catharsis is the only word which comes to my mind when I want to capture that process of poetry coming out of me.
Yeah, not only you, sir. In fact, great poets like Frost have also said that a poem begins with a lump in the throat. So it is there for great poets who have been through this pain and they have given it a vent or a natural outpouring in the form of poetry. So this is why we gathered here for. Thank you for joining us, sir. It's been very nice having you. The next in the session, I invite as the honorable guest of the session, I invite Mithu Olawui. He is also called the Jungle Poet, and he's an international award-winning poet. And he was also awarded the Literature and Journalism Award by Azad Foundation on the 5th of June here in this conference also. And right now, he is the editor-in-chief of Parkchester Times and MCR newspapers based in New York City, USA. I invite Mithu for your poetry rendition. Please unmute yourself. Mithu Olawui, are you there? Okay, we can come back to Mithu later on when he joins back, or maybe some connectivity issues. Let's move on. I invite Dr. Beena Singh. who has joined us today, who is the head of the Department of English at Vasant Kanya Mahavidyalaya, BHU, and she's author of 7 books, including 4 poetry anthologies. She's also the president of Kashi Tattva Sabha Theosophical Society, Varanasi. She's organized, participated and chaired several conferences, seminars and literary festivals. I welcome you, Dr. Veena Singh, and I invite you for a short poem. Okay, moving on once again. I next invite Professor Surinder Lalji, who had just joined us in the panel also. He's an academician as well as an administrator. Sir, I invite you for a short poem of yours in this session again.
Thank you very much, Madam Praneet.
Ji, sir.
As I said earlier, all this pandemic and all fear can be eradicated by the biggest of all forces. We in physics talk of 4 forces, gravitational and all that. But Einstein says that the biggest force by which the universe is held together is love. This poem, Love, is the first poem in my collection, Love and Laughter. So I read it for you. A moth is sacrificed to the candle, to the thirsty spring. True lover is sacrificed to the loved one, be it pauper or a king. For being in love, no one can give reasons. It is an urge, a desire, a pursuit to be one in all season. Some frighten. Love is a burning fire, and think before you leap. And others, it is easy to begin, hard to stop war, which cripples and robs the sleep. Ever since Brahma split as Manu and Shatrupa, the male and the eternal half female, they have been yearning for each other like flesh from its inseparable nail. God himself sowed the seeds of love for the lovers to let them dissolve. With death, their bodies perish, but in love, their souls evolve. Love has no obligation. Love has no obligation, no expectation, and there is nothing like loss and gain. It abdicates the throne, sends pump and show, though people laugh. What a bargain. Love cares, love dares, in heart it dwells, in freedom thrives. Secrets are the enemies. Secrets are the enemies. Is flame extinguished by blows of lies. Love only blesses and is blessed with. Love only blesses and is blessed with. It neither begs nor steals. It wails and smiles in solitude. Its silence speaks what it feels. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. That was beautiful because love cares, love dares, love has no obligation. Yes, when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. This is a famous quotation, and I could relate it to your poem that was beautiful, as clear, as flowing, as lucid as could be. Thank you, Professor Sir, for being with us once again. The next in the session, I would call upon and invite a professor of English at IIT Roorkee, Dr. Vinod Mishra.
Hello, I'm back with you again.
Okay, we'll call you back, Nityu. Just 2 minutes, but we'll call you back. Dr. Vinod Mishra is professor of English at IIT Roorkee. He has 23 books published to his credit. He is also credited with 2 poetry collections, namely Silent Steps and Multiple Waves. He is also on the editorial advisory board of many reputed journals and board of studies of universities, and is the recipient of several awards. I invite you, Dr. Mishra, to come up for a short poem of yours on stage.
Thank you, Dr. Jaggi, for inviting me and giving me a chance. I thank Professor Jarnail, sir, also, to have provided me the chance, though I had skipped. The short poem that I'm going to recite here it's not about pandemic. It's actually about the everyday death and the death of a soldier. Why somebody joins as a soldier, and when he joins as a soldier, he's glorified, and when he dies, even then he is glorified. So the title of the poem is The Martyr's Song. The Martyr's Song. Born in a humble family, like most of us, raised like many of us, and sent to government schools, taught the same alphabet, yet fed with values, he swore to serve his nation, to see his family oven always aflame. The next is, his body bled several times, enemies' bullets piercing his unshaken faith, medals every time making his battalion proud, save once. Besieged and bruised, the emissary of valor and peace belches out a suppressed smile in the army hospital, finally closes his eyes to see his family oven always burning. And the climax, his 5-year-old son lighting the funeral pyre, the drum beats invoking the martyr's song. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that touching poem, because there are some issues and there are some topics and there are some facets of our life and society which need to be really touched with extra sensitivity, and it's a poet's heart which actually goes towards it and gets the gist of it and shares the feelings that they could not do on their own self, these soldiers could not do, because we have the mighty pen. So it becomes our responsibility to share that sensitivity, the poignance, the pain of life and death that they have been through. Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We have our honorable guest, Mithu Olawi, joining us again. And I invite him, as I introduced him, as a fine editor and an award-winning writer. Mithu, may we have your poem, please? Mithu Olawi, please unmute yourself. Well, I think we may have connectivity issues on his side, and we may come back again to his name. So we move on to a very senior poet, Mr. Ravi Ranganathan. He's a writer, a poet, a critic, and actually a retired banker settled in Chennai. He has to his credit 3 anthologies of collections of poems, and he's won many awards for his poetry, including the Poesis Award for Excellence, etc., etc. Ravi ji, I invite you on stage to render your poem, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Panni Jaggi.
Yes.
I'm not going to recite anything about pandemic. We are having an overdose of it. I'll be telling something about winter. Let's talk something about winter and birds. The title of the poem is Stay, Winter, Stay.
Sir, can you be a bit louder, please?
Yes. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Fine. Yes, sir.
The title of the poem is Stay, Winter, Stay. Stay, winter, stay. The season of love and mild sun. There is subtle happiness in the cold wind that blows. Birds flutter more as they enjoy the night that grows. One longer than the other, and nights are so much fun to form a close cluster when at last the day is done. Crows and pigeons begin to enjoy moon's soft shade. Sparrows don't bother about tomorrow, resting on a glade. Indian quails are a class apart with their rotund red eyes. Their touch-me-not colored feathers are all full of guise, ready to let go to a safer pasture, if not able to fade. Stay, winter, stay, that I may see more such lovely birds. So blessed they are, so blessed they revel, whispering glad notes, soaring strength in feathers to counter coming summertime. And thus I regain that vital spark in my life's winter times. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ravi sir. And I've always felt that observations to nature and natural sounds and objects are astounding, and your expressions are immaculate. And I've been reading your poetry, and I wonder, okay, this also happens in nature. I never knew that. So your poetry is going to the core of nature. Thanks to you. Thanks for joining us. The next poet in our series is Mr. Shikda Kibria from Bangladesh. He is a globally acclaimed, awarded, interviewed and translated bilingual poet, essayist, story writer, critic and translator, writing in Bengali and English. He is the president of Poetry and Literature World Vision and has published 15 books that include poetry, prose and stories. Mr. Shikdar, I hope, yes, he's joined us. Welcome.
Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome to listen my poetry. Thank you to Journal Ji, my dear Guruji, my brother in soul. Dear audience and viewers, I would like to recite my poem first in Bengali, and then in English. So let's come please to hear. Aaj shua chad, স্বপ্নের বুদ্ধিরা যদি সজীব স্নায়ু টান দুপুর হতো, তবে নিশ্চিত যেন আমি অনায়াসে আজ শুয়া রমণীর মতো বিনম্র চাঁদটাকে হাতের মুঠোয় ভরে নিতাম। আমার বুদ্ধির ভিতর হামেশাই বাস করে এক সাদা কবুতর, স্বপ্নের শুভ্র পালক পরা মেঘের কবুতর। তবে কি স্বপ্নের রং সাদা? কিন্তু বুধের স্বপ্ন কেন হবে মানবিক আলোর গান, যেখানে বুধ ব্যগ্রবাদী স্বপ্ন খেকো, নয়তো নখরে আচরে বিধ্বস্ত হরিণীর দেহ। এখানে এই দুঃস্বপ্নের বৃক্ষে স্বপ্নের গন্ডুম পেড়ে খাবো, এই বিশ্বাসে কোন বন্ধা নারীর উদরে বেড়ে উঠবে স্বপ্নের সন্তান। তাই আর আসবো না বুধের জগতে, স্বপ্নিক আকাশে ঝুলে থাকবো অনন্তকাল। আজ শুয়া রমণী চা, ঘুমে জেগে স্বপ্নের ভিতর স্বপ্ন খাবো পেড়ে। Now in English, a half-lying moon. If my sense of dream would be a sensitivity, I could have a mild moon in my hand, like a half-lying fair lady. I have a white pigeon living in my hand, living in my mind, that holds dreams of love, peace and beauty in her white feather. Even if I could not realize how a sensitive dream could be a song of human life, when our sensible deer is often blooded by dream killer human tiger. Who could believe in having a dreamy fruit from this bad dream tree? And who can conceive a dreamy child and break her barrenness? I won't return to this perceptive world and will be hung up in my dream sky as a half-lying moon. I will have a dream of just speaking. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Shikdar. Yes, that was purely imaginative, and how dreams could also be the songs of life. Beautifully done. Thank you so much for being with us. Next in the series with us is Mr. Dustin Pickering. He's joined us, and he lives in Houston, Texas. He's the founder of Transcendent Zero Press and founding editor of Harbinger Asylum. He's the author of multiple poetry collections, including Knows No End, Salt and Tomorrow, and Stone and the Square, and also the author of short fiction essays, articles, and criticism. He's a Pushcart and Best of the Net nominee and a former contributor to Huffington Post. Dustin, I welcome you on stage here and I invite you for a short poem. Dustin,
hello, thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to read today, and I appreciate your introduction. It was lovely. My poem here is a response to someone who offered the criticism towards me that poetry was strictly personal, and that's why no one took interest in it, which I felt very harmed in that criticism, and I did not take it lightly. So I wrote a sarcastic rebuttal called Empirical Evidence / Manifesto Against the Navel. Poetry does not arrive at the scene of a crime to make judgment or assume the facts. Facts are indeed intricately subjective when nothing is known. Declaratives describe, circumscribe, and navigate the human faith. To be personal, one must know oneself. If nothing is known, the self is merely a wanderer declaring descriptions. Indeed, this bores an audience, and indeed the poet's belly has no appetite. Emptiness is beyond the Buddha's metaphysics. Thank you very much. That's my little sarcastic response to somebody's naive remark about poetry. And it replies, I think, to the some of the discussion about digging into the subconscious and some of the things that people have reiterated throughout the various panels and discussions.
yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dustin. And this was a common trend in the 17th century. If we go back to English literature, and there were these neoclassical poets, Dryden and Sheridan, writing satires in replies to each other's criticism. It was a new way of expressing yourself and replying to society and the people poking at you in the society. Yeah, fresh ways of writing poetry. Thanks for joining us, Dustin.
Thank you.
Next, we have in this session as a guest poet today, P. Nagasuchila, a professor of English language and literature. I hope she's joined us on the panel. Nagasuchila, are you there?
I think she's not here.
Okay. Okay, once she joins, we can get her back on board and on the stage.
We have Mutui Oluwoy with us now.
Yes. Mithu Oluwoy, we are calling you and inviting you for a short poem, and we have introduced you to the audience. Please come over with a short poem of yours. Mithu Oluwoy.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm glad to be part of this wonderful meeting. And not to waste much of our time, I'm going to go straight to the poem. The poem is titled, Who Deserves a Macron Slap? And it was designed as a result of the fact that if you look at this ladies, it goes by our leaders and those who do not have so that's really inspired the poem. So I'm going to read the poem now. Who deserves a Macron slap? If he speaks melodic lines, but with beats, he whines and dines. He deserves a Macron slap and a knock without the cap. If he rude and blocks his ears, so the souls that give him cheers, he deserves a Macron slap and a knock without a cap. That's just where I'm going to end it. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Mithya, for joining us on the second day. And earlier we could not meet you on the day of the award, but glad to have you with us rejoin today again. Thank you for the poem. And last in this poetry session, I want to invite our special guest, Mr. Raj Babu Gandham. He's a multilingual poet writing in English, Telugu, and Hindi. Many of his poems have been translated into Spanish, French, Greek, Italian, Hebrew, Nepali, Hindi, and Korean languages. And one of his poems won third place in a worldwide contest in 2016 by World Union of Poets, and so on. He's a winner of several prizes. So before we go to the second part of the poetry session, which will be taken up by Meenakshi Goswami, this is the last poet I'm going to invite, and he is Raj Babu Gandham. I invite you on the stage, sir, to recite one of your short poems. Mr. Raj Babu, yeah, are you there? Yes,
Can you
yes.
hear me now?
Yes, you are
Thank you
audible.
very much, Parneet, and thank you, World Poetry Conference, for giving me the opportunity. Also, Dr. Janil Anand. Title of my poem is My World Within. Sitting in the boat of my thoughts, I sail in the lakes of my dreams. Talking to my voices within, I discover the plight of my mind. In the stillness of night, on the waves of my desires, I travel far to the lands unknown to know about me, to see all of me. I peel my sheets, I see my truth. I know this too well. I am the other. I am not same as you. We both are unique. This is the beauty. Each one has a fragrance. Everyone is so different. Each one of us has a divinity. These fights and sets, do they lead us to inner peace? Will they give us inner joy? Turn your eye to the world within. Dive into your depths. Rove in your world inside. Nothing exists outside. Your inner self is your world. Where we live, how we respond is our own creation. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a mystical and a beautiful picture of self-introspection and an individual perspective on identity and existence as well. And here I'm reminded of a beautiful line by Sylvia Plath, because she wrote such lines very often. She said, I shut my eyes and all the world drops dead. I lift my eyes and all is born again. So I found quite a similarity and in the sensibility that you carried in the poem. So glad to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before I hand over the poetry session to Meenakshi Goswami for the next renditions, I have a surprise package for you all. Let's go back and revisit the World Poetry Conference-1, the WPC1, short memory trail of the WPC. So, Mukesh ji, please the video. Well, thank you, Mukesh ji and Kiran, for that beautiful, refreshing motley. And I think we traveled down the memory lane through that colorful cine display of pics and memories. Yes, they were refreshing for sure. And I hope the audience enjoyed with me also. Now, for the next part of this poetry session, I invite my beautiful friend from Assam, Meenakshi Goswami, to take over the session. Meenakshi.
Thank you very much, Parneet. Very much. Thank you. It was just wonderful. And I was, with the Kiran showing WPC 1 is something became nostalgic. So good evening to everyone. I'm Meenakshi Goswami from the Northeast state of Assam. Welcome you once again to this beautiful program organized by the one and only our very own and loved one, Dr. Janal S. Anand sir, and his associates, of course. So without wasting much time, since we are running short of time, I hope I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, Meenakshi, very clear.
Okay, thank you. So if the first one in line, we have Mahfouz Al-Hussein, a Bangladeshi bilingual poet. I hope Mahfouz Al-Hussein is present here. He's a bilingual poet.
I'm present here.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes. Essayist.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. And he is a bilingual essayist, a poet, a translator, associate editor of prominent Bengali little magazine Shaluk, and an editorial board member of the reputed bilingual journal of literature, arts and social sciences, Lithinfinite, based in Kolkata. He is the registrar of National University of Bangladesh. He has authored 6 poetry books, and his several hundred poems, articles, and translations have been published in various literary journals, anthologies, at home and abroad. Welcome, sir, with your very short poem.
Thank you, Meenakshi, for introducing me so eloquently. It's a very good opportunity of mine, encircling by very famous poet of Dhaka, and also I'm in a function, one of my best friend and the leading poet of Bengali poetry, Mr. Ubaid Akash. He is with me. He is also listening, and other poets are also listening. So it is a great opportunity for me reciting before this august audience. First, I would like to recite one of my English poem based on my childhood memories of, political insurgency, vis-a-vis with the analogy with current corona situation. And second, I would like to recite one of my poem in Bangla, because Bangla language is my lifeblood, and our country is based on Bengali nationalism. So I will recite a poem in Bangla. The first, my poem is, the title of the poem is A Cursed Year. This is a corona year, so it is a cursed year. So I'm going straight to my poem. A cursed year. Once all the roads towards our village home Gorchapra were lost in the deepest mud of the Maoist semiotics due to indiscriminate exchange of bullets among Sarbohara outfits. Defaced dead bodies of our distant cousins were kept lying under the open sky in broad daylight for a few days, as villagers were very much scared of getting closer to those corpses due to enforced nihilism. Coincidentally, I see so many rusted yellow leaves are dropping down altogether, like dewdrops of despair here and there. What a cursed year this is, as lovely human flowers of different colors and fragrances are falling down on the ground, like intermittent raindrops of November, due to unknown pain and anguish. Now I'm going to my Bangla poem. The poem is about the reminiscence of, our great liberation war of 1971. It's a soliloquy, and a girl, her uncle was her uncle sacrificed his life in the battlefield, in the warfield in 1971 for the sake of his motherland. আমার কবিতাটির নাম ভালোবাসলে বুকে বিপ্লব বেঁধে রাখতে হয়। ঠাস ঘন পাঁচ পোতা পাঁচিলে পিঠ ছত্রাক, তার উপরে 3 সারি দাঁতালু কাঁটাতার। এদের নির্বিকার নিষেধাজ্ঞা আর প্রহররত অ্যালসেশিয়ানের আনুভূমিক লঙ্ঘন, এসব কিছুই উপেক্ষা করে প্রতি নিষেধে তোমার এই গবাক্ষ সাক্ষাৎ। লোক লজ্জা, ভয় সংকোচ এসবই যেন তোমার কাছে উবে যাওয়া হাওয়ায় মিঠায়। ছোটকা অস্থেন্টিক এভাবে একাত্তরে মুখে দাঁড়ির ঘন জঙ্গল, পিঠ থেকে নামিয়ে রাখা স্টেন গান, ঠান্ডা চাহনির এক পলকে লাল সবুজের দিগন্ত রেখাটি যেন অনেকটা স্পষ্ট। অবধ শিশুর মতো দাদির কোলে মাথা রেখে 1 লোকমা 2 লোকমা করে পুরো হাঁড়ি সাবার। হঠাৎ দরজায় বুটের লাথি, তুম লোক সব ঝুট বলা, সালে লোক দরওয়াজা খোল দে। একই আমার গোলাপ গজা বিন্যস্ত চুল এক ঝটকায় মায়ের হলদেটে হাতে, খুলে দাঁড়াতেই দৃষ্টি আটকায় আধ খোলা বুক শেলফে। ছোটকার অপ্রকাশিত পাণ্ডুলিপি অব্যক্ত উচ্চারণে জানিয়ে দেয়, ভালোবাসলে মায়াজাল মারিয়েই অনন্তের পথে হাঁটতে হয়, ভালোবাসলে বুকে বিপ্লব বেঁধে রাখতে হয়। Thank you so very much. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. The first poem, it was really wonderful with the cursed. I mean, yes, the year was cursed. And আপনার বাংলা কবিতাটি খুব সুন্দর ছিল। আপনার আবৃত্তি যেরকম করেছিলেন খুব সুন্দর। আমি বুঝতেও পেরেছি আর একটু বাংলা বলতেও পারি, তো খুব সুন্দর। Thank you very much.
আপনি অবাক করলেন আমাকে।
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Most welcome. আমার বন্ধু বাংলা কবিতার বিখ্যাত কবি ওবায়দ আকাশ আপনাকে একটু হ্যালো
হ্যালো থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। আপনাকে দেখে খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং এমন একটি প্রোগ্রামে আমার বন্ধু কবি মাহফুজ আল হোসেনকে পার্টিসিপেট করতে দেখে আমার খুবই ভালো লাগছে। আমি কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাচ্ছি আমার পক্ষ থেকে।
আমার অন্যান্য বন্ধুরা একটু হাই বলবে। হাই।
আচ্ছা,
সবাই হাই।
সবাইকে হাই বললাম। Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next in line we have Sherzod Artikov from Uzbekistan. Are you there, sir? Sherzod Artikov from Uzbekistan. Sherzod Artikov. Let us wait for, I think let's move forward. When he comes, we'll join. So let us move on to, is Sherzod Artikov, sir, are you here? If not, yes, go ahead. No? Okay. As next in line, we have Akshay Kumar Das. Akshay Kumar ji, are you there?
Hello.
Akshay Kumar ji, are you there? From Bhubaneswar, Orissa. Akshay ji, I think, let's not wait. Akshay ji, I think. Hello. Akshay ji is there? Okay, yeah. Okay. So, okay. Akshay ji is here. He is known to us. I have met him in Bhubaneswar. So Akshay Kumar Das is a poet and a retired insurance manager from Bhubaneswar, Orissa. Conferred with Ambassador of Humanity Award by African Peace Art World Ghana. He organized an international poetry festival in the year 2017 and is an admin and analyst of many poetry groups. So here is our Akshay Kumar Das ji with his very short poem. So you may go ahead.
Thank you. First, good evening to all of you. Thanks to Dr. Journalist Anand sir and his team for providing me the great opportunity of reciting my poem. So I'm going to recite my poem. This is the title of the poem is The Stolen Ambience. The Stolen Ambience. Stilling the night's color, night's wilderness, the flower spraying glamour, the glamorous night queen, her beautiful petals and fragrant scents soothes the heart, mind and soul. For a metaphysical connect, the resurrection takes place, life's dreams giggle, the surrounding atmosphere, breathing scent with pungent perfumes, bliss alighting with night's depth, oblivion cascading in faith, the transcendent fragrant riders feel the soul's corridors, the depth of darkness carves a nick with the queen's grace. Thank you. Thank you. This is my poem, The Stolen Ambience.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed very beautiful. And now, next, we have with us Rup Singh Bhandari.
Yes.
Rup Singh Bhandari. Okay. Welcome, sir. Rup Singh Bhandari is a poet and social activist from Karnali province of Nepal. He writes in English, Nepali, and Hindi. He served as editor of International Anthology of Pandemic Poetry 2020. He is a founder of Words Highway International Writers Association. Sir, with your very short poem, please enlighten us.
Okay, thank you so much for beautiful words, Meenakshi madam. To all eminent poets, intellectuals throughout the world, good morning, good evening, or good afternoon. So I am humbled and honored to be part of this great poetry conference. So thank you so much for trusting me and for this opportunity. Now, without further ado, as you know, I belongs to Himalaya nation. So I will directly recite my poem about Himalaya. Every morning when Himalayas gives birth to sun without screaming, bleeding panoramically in the heady height of whiteness, the shadow fades away from me, sings the silent song of mystery. I also inflame in the celebration of creation every morning, little by little, disappear as incense on the altar of Himalayas. The reflected redness from Himalayas, every tree uses as lipstick without any hesitation. The ravines and the group of clouds surrender without any complaints into the serene gorge of adolescent river. Birds in Levine and in the branches carrying the immense destination in their tiny wings. Sky stretches throughout meadows carpeted by wildflower. Breeze thickens by Himalayas. Warmth slows its secret patrolling. At that time, I also float as the dandelion seed, being into pieces one by one, far away from within. Every morning, I lose myself little by little and becomes Himalayas. When Himalayas gives birth to the sun, without screaming, bleeding panoramically in the heady height of wideness, Thank you so much. The background picture also, you can see, is the recently taken of Himalayas mountains. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Rup Singh ji, and it is indeed Nepal. When we think of Nepal, Himalayas, of course, comes into our mind. So that was very wonderful, very scenic, and as the backdrop of yours, it shows the beautiful Himalayas. Once again, thank you very much. So next in line, we have Anita Chitale. Anita Chitale. Are you here, ma'am? Anita Chitale. If not, let us move to Usha Sridharji. Dr. Usha, ma'am, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we'll move on with Usha ji. Dr. Usha Sridhar has authored 4 collections of poems and 2 collections of short stories. She has been a recipient of literary awards, notably Poesis Award for the Excellence in Literature, Bharat Award 2018, 20 and 2021, the Asian Literary Society's Prasanna Jena Memorial Award, etc., etc. Hats off to you, ma'am. So may we have the pleasure of listening to you. Very short one. Thank you.
Sure. Good evening. It's been a lovely evening. I'm happy to be part of it. So I'll start the poem. It's titled The Song of the Whistling Thrush. In the silent hush of a damp pre-dawn, the leaves above stirred with feathers worn. It was a wake-up call for the resting bird, as she readied to play the role of a bard. She shifted to another branch, more plush, far away from the mucky slush. The morning waited for the whistling thrush to rend the air in a voice slush. The thrush didn't disappoint, it whistled overjoyed. Only its friends could glean, they responded in kind, as was the routine. Ambience was charged with their exchanges. Their whistles reached a crescendo in stages. There was an air of intrigue that in itself was quite unique. Her first tentative line came sweet and clean, a bit like 2 well-known songs or in between. Like nature stretched to take a breath, to start the day afresh, to majestically impress. A small orchestra took its place as she began to sing with grace. Some bars sounding like happy birthday to you, some as sweet as Cliff Richard humming too. Many a bird were now visible. They appeared from nowhere as if by a miracle. The glistening blue coat on the back of a royal image it did smack. The birds chose vantage points, a pretty picture they did paint. Their incessant sing-song was rendered loud and strong. The tourists were kept enthralled, birds' virtues they extolled. They took photos of the exclusive birds, a picture was worth 1,000 words. A high point of the tourist visit satisfied their holiday spirit. Wishing to see more of the thrushes, we'll be back for more, they did gush. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Usha ma'am. It was really wonderful. The love for nature. Yes, now we are really indeed loving nature. Nature has shown its, yes. So thank you, ma'am. Once again, a beautiful imagery and beautiful, just beautiful. So we have with, yes, sir.
We want to request the poets to wait for the valedictory function. Because the very colorful items are going to be presented just after this poetry session. Please.
So all of my respected poets, please wait for the valedictory function. And as we have witnessed the WPC 1, we became nostalgic. And next year when we meet, you'll be able to see what is happening this year. So all of you, please wait till the end of the program. We have to wait. It's really interesting, captivating. And now we have a very dear poet to us in WPC 1. We met Tariq Muhammad sir. Tariq ji, are you there? Hope you remember Meenakshi. Tariq ji, unmute yourself. Are you there?
Yeah, I unmute myself.
Ah, yes. Namaskar.
Great
Hope
welcome.
you remember. Okay, great welcome. So we know, but still we have to apprise everyone about Tariq Muhammad, sir. Tariq Muhammad ji is a bilingual poet from Kolkata who presently resides in America. He is the author of Mumtaz, The Making of the Taj Mahal. He returns year after year to India, to his roots, which he waters by being with his family and friends. Historical and Arabian fantasy is his forte, and he takes keen interest in bringing mythology, history, fantasy, and romance on one platform, his poems. We are waiting to hear from you, sir. And of course, waiting to see you when the pandemic ends. Okay, here is Tariq Muhammad.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Let me come to the screen. I am still.
Yes, you're there. We can see you.
Okay.
We can see you.
I can't see myself in the big screen.
Ah.
I can see you in the big screen, but I can't see myself.
Don't worry.
We can see you. Don't worry.
Well, I waited 5 days, and I have another program in the valedictory in time. In the valedictory, I have to say a few things. And as you said that I write about many things, but let me tell you, my poems is always a story. It is sometimes real, sometimes fantasy. So here goes. What is happening today? She walks in beauty like the night. This is Byron. She walks in beauty like the night. Who writes these days such delight? Nobody writes. Today, everybody's writing about pandemic, but this poem relates to life, which I wrote long time back. It was a rebuttal, but it came from the heart. So please bear with me. This poem, it comes in everybody's life. It's very hard. Some get it at a younger age, like I got. Some get it at an older age, but reality is here. When you will die, that's the name of the poem. But I've added just one more line to it. One day when you will die, they all will cry when you will die. They all will cry when you will die, then their secret thoughts will fly. All of them will be in a hurry to embalm you, cremate or bury. Awaiting for the will to be read, some will be happy, some will be sad. The daughters will run to the closets. The daughters will run to the closets and grab the gold and diamond rosettes. The boys will march without rank and close the accounts of your bank. Animosity will prevail, love will vanish. Among family, communication will diminish. Forgotten will be who their mother was. This is the death of the mother. Forgotten will be who their mother was. Each one will try to be the boss. Then there'll be a property division. Then there'll be a property division, and between siblings, forever friction. Today's offspring have no time for sorrow. You die today, they'll forget you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Saab.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It's very wonderful and
emotion.
very emotional. Very emotional.
So very nice poem. Very nice poem, Tariq Sahab. Reality.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So let's move on. We'll get to hear from Tariq Saab again in the valedictory session. So we have now Smruti Ranjan Mohanty. So are you there? Smruti Ranjan Mohanty?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. So we have Smruti Ranjan Mohanty with us. He works as finance officer in the government of Odisha. He is a multilingual poet, essayist, and writer whose write-ups are published in newspapers and in more than 200 national and international magazines, journals, and anthologies. He is a featured poet of the Fantasy V World, Friendship Poetry, and Year of the Poet USA. Nice. You are here, sir. So please carry on with your short poem.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, very much on.
Thank you, ma'am, for the invitation. Thanks to Journal sir for this wonderful platform. Good evening to all adorable poets. Now I am going to recite a poem. A lot of things have been said on love at rest during this pandemic. It's a poem, the title of which is My Love. My love, when heart and soul, feelings and emotions, love and tears, mind and thine meet and become one. What remains is pure consciousness beyond body and mind. Ego and identity melts, definition of longing and craving changes, and love culminates in a bodiless state of consciousness. Mind leaves roaming, heart stops beating for a while, times come to stand still, love starts unfolding, and one loses in the other in the ocean of love and bliss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohanty sir. It was wonderful listening to you. So now we have Monisha Prakash. Monisha Prakash, are you there? Ma'am, Monisha Prakash. Monisha Prakash isn't there. So we have Mehul Dev from Jaipur. Mehul Dev, sir, are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
Mehul Dev. Okay.
Ma'am, I am from Kolkata actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are from Kolkata?
Yeah.
Okay. So nothing, you have nothing to do with Jaipur or Rajasthan?
I have, yes. Okay, I belong to Jaipur. Yeah.
Okay, you belong on that base. Okay.
I belong to Jaipur, yes.
Okay. Mehul Dev from Jaipur, Rajasthan is an entrepreneur who writes poems in English, Hindi, and Bangla.
Yeah.
His first anthology was Rue Journey of the Soul. So, may we have the pleasure of listening to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just would like to, thank you. I would just like to thank Sir S. Anandji for giving me this opportunity while sitting here and, listening to all the eminent scholars. I feel so tiny, a dust particle here. But when I've been given an opportunity in this place, so thanks a ton, sir, for this. And this is a poetry. Actually, it was in the pandemic time when I was just talking to my Almighty, and there was a certain thoughts which I recorded. I just penned them down. So I would like to recite it here and share with all of you. So the title of my poetry is Lord, I am fine. The world in front of me is dying. I want to believe, oh Lord, in your care, I am still fine. Fear is so prominent in your subjects today. I can see despair everywhere and humanity crying. Still, I want to believe, oh Lord, in your care, I am fine. Disease has become our partner for life. Every moment, good health is what we are eyeing. Oh Lord, I still believe in your care. I'm fine. I'm praying and praying the hardest I can to prevent us all from these troubled times. Yes, O Lord, perhaps we human are paying for our past committed crimes. I just want to feel that in your presence, and despite of all these troubles, O Lord, I'm still doing fine. Oh Lord, I'm still doing fine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Very nice.
Beautiful poem. Very beautiful. Very
Very nice.
beautiful. Yes, we are indebted to God indeed. Very beautiful poem. So next in, thank you. Thank you so much. Next we have Sonia Batra. Are you there? Sonia Batra, ma'am, are you there? Sonia Batra?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, okay. Yes, yes, very much. We are very much. Good evening. So, good evening. We have Sonia Batra ji. Sonia Batra is a dentist by profession and an author by passion. She has featured in several anthologies and magazines, is a recipient of Rabindranath Tagore Award, and has been honored by the governments of Kazakhstan and Peru. So nice of you, ma'am. And really, we are honored to have you. And may we have the pleasure of listening to your short poem.
Good evening to all the dignitaries. My heartfelt thanks to Sir Nelson for having me here. Pleasure is all mine, sir. My poem is Ticket to Freedom. Sometimes I think, what hurt me more? I being alone, or you leaving me on desolate roads? In hushed silences, in nostalgic moments, I introspect and retrospect. Yes, something was brutally missing between the two of us. Somehow the good moments were painfully cluttered by an unseen hand aflutter. Our unparalleled tempers, our different life values made us so indifferent to each other. Some unbeseeching thoughts crippled you, some unseen voids filled me so, like we were two banks of a river, fighting our individual fights, but never together. Carrying our inner turmoils, trying to stay calm, but so hard to bear. And you had the other, like some unseen force, dividing us further. Maybe her newness had captured you, something you clung to when we were going through a rough patch, so altered in our respective massive egos, that neither words nor silences could be deciphered, like we simply became numb to each other, as if we stopped existing together, drifting apart like some jetsam, throwing baggage of each other in dark, gloomy waters in pursuit of light on different shores. Leaving you was very painful. Rejection was so hard to bear. It felt like it was a bolt from the blue, with tons of teary pools, spools of anxiety, depression, and torrid thoughts. But how long do you cry over the spilt milk? Ultimately, you let go. This life is awesome. With little grit and a little sport from your loved ones, the zest and zeal for life, with understanding that every moment is a passing moment, change the only constant. Once again, you get up with those unseen blessings when you surrender to the whole. From your ashes, newborn, reshaping your life on your own. From killing experiences bygone, trying to balance on tiptoes, chasing dreams, rather chasing persons. Sometimes I think the other was my ticket to freedom, my greatest life lesson in understanding myself as a person. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sonia Batra ji, for the beautiful poetry. And yes, ticket to freedom. Everyone need a ticket to freedom. That's really wonderful. The title itself is very captivating, capturing. Thank you very much, ma'am, for having with us. So now we have Dr. K. Saroja Devi. K. Saroja Devi, are you there, ma'am?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Yes, you are very much audible. So we have with us now Dr. K. Saroja Devi. She is a professor of English from Andhra Pradesh. Besides being a poet, she is a content writer, columnist, editor, translator, academician, and research supervisor. She is serving Research India Foundation as an executive board member of Research India Resource Support Center. She is nominated as the Chancellor and Cultural Advisor of APUCNI Uruguay. So, ma'am, we are very happy to have you amongst us, and may you go ahead with your poem.
Okay. Honorable dignitaries, poets, and distinguished personalities, good evening, one and all. At the outset, I sincerely thank Dr. Jarnail Singh Anandji, founder of Azad Foundation, for introducing me to this intellectual world of World Poetry Conference. And I am privileged to be a part of this elite gathering. So I'd like to recite my poem entitled From Destination to Destiny. The theme of the poem is the worthless journey of a migrant laborer amidst lockdown. So from destination to destiny, my journey disdain, holding children one side, shouldering luggage on the other side, journey from destination to destiny, to my countryside in vain, nothing in view except an endless road. The pandemic, its lockdown, made things fall apart, shattered the dreams, shaken the lives of the migrant workers. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Really, it is a very touching one. Once again, I thank you very much. So next we have Siamir Marulafau from Indonesia. Are you there? Siamir Marulafau from Indonesia. So are you there? I think he's not here. Is he here, sir? I don't think so. So we have Vijay Lakshmi Rath. Is she here? Vijay Lakshmi Rath?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Yes, yeah. Vijay Lakshmi. Okay, Vijay Lakshmi Rath is there. Vijay Lakshmi Rath is from Bhubaneswar, India. She has done her graduation in English and works as a faculty of English. She's a poet. She writes in English and mother tongue Korea, and her poems have been published in different anthologies. She is also a moderator, and in the Heavens International, lots of awards are there, and so may you go ahead with your recitation, please. Very short one.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are very much audible.
Ma'am, good evening. It's a great opportunity for me to be here with all those eminent poets. I'm nothing, I think so. I'm honored by Azad Foundation and Anand sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. A small poem from my side today about dream. Dreams are dreams. May not have a harmonious beginning, may not have a well-defined rhythm, yet an all-time attraction, an undeniable pull towards a dreamy celestial life. Elevates the inner spirit, shifts to the doorways to heal, to grow, and to bask in glory. I drink my drinks deeply. They intoxicate me with the beauty and breadth of life. I sink and emerge alive, emanating my own purple and pink. Nothing can happen overnight. I chase and chase all while I sail the ocean of my life by my own ship, reach the threshold of metamorphosis with astounding vibrancy. Really, dreams are magic for those who dare to dream. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. This was from my
So, thank you very much. In our session, we had 14 poets, out of them Anita, Chitale, Manisha, and Siamir. They aren't there. So if they come, I don't, let's see. So with this, we end our poetry session today. Thanks everyone for being here. And I once again thank Journal Sir for having me here as an anchor. And now may I hand over the stage to my dear friend, Parneet Jaggi. Dr. Parneet. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Meenakshi. Thank you for that delightfully engaging session of diverse poets and poetry. Thank you for joining us. Moving on to the third and last session of the day, that is the valedictory function. Well, I introduce you to the chief guest of this session, the guest of honor, Dr. K.K. Rathu, and we've already met him in the first session, along with the chief guest, Dr. Satish Kapoor. So I welcome Dr. K.K. Rathu once again, and let me introduce you to him. He has served as an officer of Indian Broadcasting Service under Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India, with 35 years of administrative and leadership experience in strategic media management and production, especially in news and current affairs, direction, production, writing, mass media and communication, and journalism. Prior to being selected by UPSC, he worked in BBC London, UK in its South Asia news desk, invested with DLIT from the Intercultural Open University, Netherlands, on the international context of jihad and terrorism in a global perspective. He is well known for his foremost and monumental research work on the language of television. It is the only pioneer thesis among all the Indian universities so far on the language of television, with special reference to various uses of functional language in the Doordarshan. He's also a member of syllabus and curriculum development committees of Central as well as other universities of India. And he's the author of more than 70 multilingual books in English, Hindi, Punjabi, and Urdu, including many national award-winning books on various subjects of media, language, literature, and different social aspects. He has the privilege of having the highest award for journalism and media by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India, and many more such awards. I think I should be giving him more time than to his biography. Let's hear what he has to say. So I invite Dr. K.K. Rathu to address the audience with his views. Dr. Rathu.
Thank you, Dr. Parneet, for beautiful. I think the word is word. If you talk about the words, I think the harmony, peace, and happiness itself the bridging the whole world.
Yeah.
Initiative by Dr. Janal Singh ji and other fellow members. I think a very, very honorable task for Dr. Anand to bring all the dignitaries all the fellow, all the other words on a single platform like World Poetry platform. So I listen all the poetries, all the poets, but something I remind and discuss with all my friends that bridging and take the word, I underline the word of poetry, the only survive in the word, that is word of poetry and literature that can be able to change the world. You see, the communal harmony, the word of literature in the pandemic scenario of present, all the world, all the dignitaries, all the political forces is behind to save the nation, to save the humanity, to save the men. So when I talk to you, when I address, when I dialogue with you, I recite in my memories and remember the poetry by John McCrae, the first poem of the World War, and I want to discuss the basic twist of the poetry, which is for the common person, which is for the miserable way of the world. I request all of you, please listen. The poem is John McCrae in Flanders Field. The poetic word of that time is now very, very popular in the country like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other southern American countries also. So, my dear friends, I recite the poetry of John McCrae that will help you connect the soul of the present scenario of the world. In his words, in the Flanders fields, the poppies blow between the crosses, row on row that mark our place, and in the sky, the larks still bravely singing fly, scare hard amid to guns blow. We are the dead. Short days ago, we lived free. Dawn saw sunset glow, loved and loved, and now we lie in Flanders field. We shall not sleep. And he underlined the word "we shall not sleep." And I agree with John McCrae earlier in the 1940s. But after the years pass on and centuries will change, and I remind all the poetic word in my own words, where you go all alone against the time. My message is for you. Where you go all alone against the time. Where you go, find the way of your soul and look at your feet. You do not want to turn yourself and think twice before returning you inside where you go. I think you all will be agree with me and think about two things in the world will alive and survive. First is love and second is struggle. And bridging the word through the poetry and literature, I think struggle and love is the most important word on the history of the literature. And I recognize all the immense knowledge of the today's poet who recite poetry in this wonderful platform of the word poetry by the Azad Foundation and Dr. Anand Sahib. I have no word I thank you, all of you. I thank you, all the dignitaries, all the poets, because poetry will go behind and create a new world of ours for the new generation. We lost the land, we lost each and every relation, but the poetry will lie and going before. I must remember the Toni Morrison and Mahmoud Darwish, who saw, including the Rasul Hamzato, the long live the nation, long live the relation, long live the land, and we may live on this globe. With these words, I thank you, all of you again, to listen me, and thank you, Dr. Anand and Dr. Praneeth, with
Thank you very
beautiful
much.
you said about me, but with the long experience in the 45 years, 50 years in the broadcasting world, you may, I grading you a wonderful anchor. Thank you very much all again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That is your generosity and your large heart that you are granting these compliments to us kids who are novices and new in the field of even literature, poetry, and anything of that sort. Thank you for being with us. And you rightly said that love and struggle are the two powerful things that will stay on, that will survive. And yes, we need love to defeat the struggle part also. That is an essential component of this struggle. And here I'm reminded of that beautiful line by Maya Angelou, in which she said, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated." So I think that is what matters, and we are so glad to have you with us in this ceremony. And moving on in the valedictory ceremony, may I introduce the audience with the other guests?
Arindam ji nahi hai, Ram ji bhi nahi.
I'll just introduce our guests of honors for today's session, the valedictory session. Our next guest of honor after Dr. Ratu is Sri Arindam Roy, who is a publisher, editor, poet, translator. And he arranges a beautiful festival of poetry that is called as Kavya Kumbh, which is an international multilingual fest. And he's also the founder of the journal Different Truths. Then we have as guest of honor Professor Brahm Jagdish Singh Ji, a renowned writer, critic and reviewer, and who has over 130 books to his credit on Punjabi language, history, criticism, dictionaries, monographs, critiques, and so on. And he is a recipient of several awards also. We also have as a guest of honor today Dr. Mukesh Grover, who is Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Maharaja Ranjit Singh Technical University, Batinda, Punjab. He is an award-winning researcher in mathematics and is an extremely amiable and pleasant personality. Moving on to our guests for today on this valedictory ceremony, we also have with us joining Dr. Vasudev Chakravarti, whom we have met in the panel, Dr. Kalpana Purohit, who was another panelist with us. We also have Dr. Paramita Mukherjee Malik, who is a scientist and award-winning poet with 7 books to her credit. She's widely published. She's the founder, president of Mumbai chapter of Intercultural Poetry and Performance Library. We have Rajiv Ranjan, whom we heard as a journalist. We also have with us Dr. Swaraj Raj, former chairman, Department of English, Guru Granth Sahib, World University, Fatehgarh Sahib, Punjab, a great scholar, a critic, a lover of nature, a lover of butterflies. He is also been one of our panelists. We also have with us a scholar from Canada, Dr. T.S. Anand, a very fine writer and editor of English. He's worked as professor of English for 2 years in the University of Sirte in Libya. And earlier he was a principal of G.J. Khalsa College, Ludhiana. He has authored 18 books of literature and criticism. And currently he lives in Windsor, Canada, and edits a wonderful UGC Care listed journal of English studies, namely Literary Voice. I welcome you, sir. Then we have with us Dr. Lalit Mohan Sharma, who is retired as principal of Government College in Himachal Pradesh and is now settled at Dharamshala. He's also been the director, HPO Regional Center. He has published several research papers and has published 8 books, including 4 of English poetry. Then we have as a special guest today, we have Mirzana Hasik Kodre from Bosnia, a PhD in literature and an assistant professor, writer, historian, literary theorist, and literary critic. She teaches literature at the University of Sarajevo. We also have Mithu Olawai, whom we have just heard in the poetry session. He is an editor and a writer from USA. We also honor and welcome Ambassador Lyubomir Mihajlovsky, who is an award-winning poet from Macedonia. I welcome another guest with us, Professor Randhir Gautam, who's been a great support and help in this conference. He's the head Department of Sociology, Raffles University, Neemrana, Rajasthan, and he's associated with several social and research projects and NGOs. We also have as a guest with us Dr. K. Sandhya Rao, a senior professor of English from Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. I welcome all the guests to this final day of the conference and this valedictory session. And to proceed with this valedictory ceremony in a more formal way, I would now request my elder brother, Mr. Raj Babu Gandham, to take over the stage and proceed with the function. Raj Babu, sir, please take over. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Parneet Jaggi. Thank you for a wonderful introduction of all the guests of honors. It's a wonderful program. So we had a lot of a treat for our ears. Now I want to give you a visual treat by our lovely children, Sargun and Hargun, with their dance troupe, a dance recital. Let's watch it first. Hargun and Sargun with their beautiful dance presentation.
The club isn't the best place to find the lovers, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, tripping fast, and then we talk slow. And you come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop it, and the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And now I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. And last night you were in my room, and now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. Well, I'm in love with your body. 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 Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of when we kiss.
Báilame como si fuera la última vez y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui taqui, taqui taqui rumba. Báilame como si fuera la última vez y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui taqui, taqui taqui, taqui taqui. Eres un besito o un aquí, una flota como Nagasaki. Prende los motores Kawasaki, en la discota Jenny llegaron los Anunnaki. No le baje, el puri sobresale de tu traje. No trajo panticito pa' que el nene no trabaje. Es que yo me sé lo que ella cree que ya se sabe. Cuenta que no quiere pero me tiene espionaje. El puri sobresale de tu traje. No trajo panticito pa' que el nene no trabaje. Es que yo me sé lo que ella cree que ya se sabe. Cuenta que no quiere pero me tiene espionaje. si fuera la última vez y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui, 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 rumba. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'm music, I'm flows. Boy, he say he wanna touch it and tease it and squeeze it. When my piggyback is hungry, my nigga, you need to feed it. If the text ain't freaky, I don't wanna read it. And just to let you know, this Punani is undefeated. Egg. He said he really wanna see me more. I said we should have a date where at the Lamborghini store. I'm kinda scary, hard to beat. I'm like a Ouija board, but I'm a boss bitch. Who you gonna leave me for? Got no class, you bitches is broke still. I be talking cash shit when I'm popping my gold grill. I'm a whole rich bitch and I work like I'm broke still. But the love be so fake, but the hate be so real. El booty sobresale de mi traje, no traje panticito pa' que el nene no trabaje. Es que yo me sé lo que tú crees que tú no sabes. Dice que no quiere, pero se quiere comerle el equipaje. Báilame como si fuera la última vez y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui, 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 rumba.
Wow, wow, beautiful. Sargun and Hargun, last time you treated us with Indian dance, traditional dances. Now we are given a Western tinge. Thank you very much to you and your friends. Now I invite Dr. Manminder Singh Anandji. Dr. Manminder Singh Anandji, Chairman,
Yes,
Secretary, Azad Foundation, to give his welcome address.
thank you. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Satish K. Kapoor, Guest of Honor, Dr. K.K. Rattuji, Arindam Roy ji, and our highly respected honorable guests. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory function of World Poetry Conference-lll, which had a record participation of more than 125 poets from across the globe, and a rare gesture of poetic world towards a world of peace and harmony. It was a challenging proposition to conduct a program over a week, which was executed with finesse by our anchors Saranya and Francis, Dr. Tejaswani Patil, Dr. Shobha Sharma, Dr. Shishminderjit Kaur, Dr. Sumedha Bhandari, Meenakshi Goswami, Professor Mandakini Bhattacharya, and our very dear Ashu Garg and Ankita Uba, with able guidance and professionalism that Dr. Parneet Jaggi brought to this international event as Secretary WPC. There have been 3 panel discussions and 9 poetry sessions. The YouTube views have crossed 1,000, which points to the mass appeal of this conference. The conference was a host to major figures of the poetic world like Dr. Naji Naman, Dr. Maya Herman Sakolik, Shri Nizar Sartawi, Dr. Amelie Quizin, Ashok Bhargava, Ibrahim Honjo from Vancouver, Duane Voorhees from Thailand, to mention a few. Apart from this, it was heartening to note that so many young poets had a debut appearance, and I'm sure it will help them grow their wings and fly high in the poetic firmament. We are thankful for your cooperation and support, as a result of which we could organize this conference. On behalf of Azad Foundation and World Literature India, I welcome you all to the concluding part of WPC3. I thank you for your great cooperation and express the hope that in future also we shall continue to have your support so that more such programs could be organized. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manminder Singh ji. Now I request you to recite your poem on this occasion.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. Now I take the opportunity to recite a lyric today on the valedictory day of WPC3. The title of my poem is Still All Is Not Lost. This poem is full of robust optimism, which is based on the ambiguities and the curiosities that lurk beneath our hearts. Here I go. I'm screen sharing my PPT with you. Yes, still all is not lost. What if you shoot at the moon and land among the stars? Still, there are 8 more planets to aim at, and why not the Mars? What if one has sight but loses his sacred vision? Still, there are realms to conquer and re envision. What if you are lost in wilderness and the path is lost? Still, there is light and awakening. Let Lord Jesus pave the way out of this dense frost. What if you embrace your friends and get stabbed in return? Follow the golden rule, never to expect and never to yearn. What if you are born and its purpose is lost? Still, there is time to rejuvenate and revive before you tire down and exhaust. What if en route the journey your destination is lost? God, like the lighthouse, will rescue you from the before the lines are crossed. What if you are crowned with glory and the burnished throne is lost? O mortals, riches change hands, why to conquer the kingdoms at humanity's cost? Why does that head always lies uneasy that wears the crown? Knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers. Why not learn from the Shakespearean clown? What if in thy eyes tears confabulate, but the prayers still remain unanswered? Don't pine, they also serve who stand and wait for the divine cases to be transferred. What if life seems to be a burden and knocks you down on your knees? One needs to follow knowledge like a sinking star and bring life to the lees. Why the ones who were living are now dead, and the ones who were living are now dying with a little patience. Behold, you never know for whom the bell tolls, ending this endless impasse into rhythmical cadence. What if all is lost and lost is all? It is always better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Still, there are arrows in my archer. Let me deliver his mighty call. Right. Thank you so much.
Wow, wow, beautiful, Maninder Singh ji. Really, we enjoyed. It's an icing on the cake. What if the basic question, and it reminds me of the road not taken. Thank you very much for your beautiful poem. Now I invite our honorable mentor of all us poets here of WPC 123, Dr. none other than Dr. Janel S. Anandji, to give his address. Welcome, Dr. Ji. Please unmute, please unmute. Janel Saab, unmute kariye. Yeah.
Thank you, Raj Babuji,
Thank you,
poet
sir.
of poets. It is my privilege now to talk to you all about the 5 days program briefly.
Yeah.
The Third World Poetry Conference is another initiative by World Literature India and Azad Foundation to spread peace and love through poetry. The theme was literature in difficult times. This 5-day online conference started on 5th June 2021 with Dr. Naji Naman from Lebanon as the chief guest and Dr. Maya Harman Sekulik as the guest of honor and 15 participating poets from across the world. Literary personages from across the globe, Dr. Naji Naman, Dr. Satish K. Kapoor, Dr. Dalwinder Singh Garewal, Dr. Usha Sharidhar, Dr. Mirzana Pasik Kodrik, Dr. Manpreet J. Singh, and Dr. Mithu Olavoi, including Dr. Praneet Jaggi, have been honored with Azad International Award in various disciplines. The second day, 6th June, started with a panel discussion on sociality in the times of the pandemic, followed by a poetry session. Mr. Gopal Lahiri was the guest of honor, and Ibrahim Honjo and Ashok Bhargava, both from Vancouver, Canada, were the distinguished guests. The third day, 10th June, began with the book release ceremony in which over 15 books of English poetry and literature and also translations into German, Macedonian and Albanian of different authors were released. Thereafter, 3 poetry sessions were held with an enthusiastic participation of over 45 poets. The fourth day, 12 June, started with a panel discussion on literary creation as the fallout of social reality. How much does it affect the contemporary reality? The chief guest of the day was Ambassador Ljubomir Mihajlovsky from Macedonia. It was followed by 2 poetry sessions with over 30 poets who participated with great enthusiasm, in which Nazar Srtavi from Jordan was guest of honor. The fifth day, 13th June, opened dramatically with a round of discussions in the panel on the theme Effect on Personal Relationships and Children's Psychology under the Pandemic. The poetry session saw a wonderful presentation of over 25 poets. The chief guest of the day was Dr. Satish K. Kapoor, and as guests of honor, we had Rajiv Ranjan Roy, Dr. K.K. Rattu, Shri Mukul Kumarji, and many other luminaries amidst us from all over the world. The conference intended to provide a platform for sharing of creative ideas, and I feel glad to admit that we have been successful in touching every corner of the world for disseminating our creative thoughts and the pain that we feel in these difficult times. Over 130 poets from more than 25 different countries like Lebanon, US, Canada, Australia, Serbia, Tunisia, Russia, Greece, Italy, Romania, Pakistan, Macedonia, Nigeria, Philippines, Malaysia, Mauritius, Thailand, Egypt, Jordan, Romania, Albania, Doha, Muscat, Bangladesh, Nepal, and almost all parts of India presented their poems and articulated their ideas on the theme of the conference, making it a thorough success. We have had poets of all age groups, ranging from the budding young 16-year-olds to the senior poets. We also had renditions in foreign languages like Greek, Italian, Albanian, by poets later translated by them in English also. So in a nutshell, we had a very keen and wonderful audience that stood by us all through with a patient ear and applauses that motivated the speakers. Members of our organizing committee and our anchors were consistent in their efforts and endeavors and left no stones unturned to make it a greater success. I offer them all my great admiration and thanks. Thank you very much, friends. Raj Babuji, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Wonderfully, you have summed up the whole program. Now I request our distinguished guests to give their feedback. I call upon Dr. Arindam Roy.
Arindamji, I think, is not here.
Okay, now I call my friend Mr. Tariq Ahmed. Please give your feedback, sir. Tariq Mohammed, sorry.
Briefly.
Briefly, yeah. Tariq ji, please unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry.
Please give your feedback, sir, in a brief.
Am I visible and audible now?
Yeah, you are visible, dashing with all your coat and tie.
Oh, goodness. Well, Dr. Jarnail Singh Anand does not need an introduction, and I have no words to thank him. I am an original poet, so I am not a scholar, no PhD, no nothing. I am a poet. Poetry burns inside me. But let me tell you something, a little bit I have gathered. Here's the first line. Whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Thus spake Napoleon. That's Dr. Jarnail Singh Anand. His mind has conceived this phenomenon. He has been able to gather people. Quoting myself, greatness doesn't come easy, but when it comes, it flattens you with its greatness. Here the word flatten doesn't mean it's going to put you on the ground. Here flatten means totally, it makes you euphoric. That's what greatness does. And that's what greatness of Dr. Anand does. He has flattened us. He has uplifted us. I'm using it in another term. Since I'm a poet, my words will be a little poetic in the few lines which I would say. The charisma of Dr. Anand mesmerizes us all. Like a master choreographer, he makes us dance to his tunes of World Poetry Conference, and we all wait eagerly for our chance. A Herculean task, no less than an odyssey, the program well conducted by Parneet Jaggi. I would like to thank once again man of the hour, Dr. Anand, for his perseverance and hard work profound. My thanks goes in particular to those behind the scenes, Dr. Kiran-The and the adorable Mukesh Grover, and a star of entertainers, Hargun and Sargun, and all our anchors, and of course, the talented anchors. I thank also our foreign guests for taking time according to Indian Standard Time. Here is one line I would like to add. I hope nobody gets annoyed with this, but this is the truth. People of literature and language are oftentimes unaware of the advancement of science and technology. Today, science and technology has brought language and literature together in our homes in its virtual light. Before the blazing speed of science and technology, all we had was books to read in libraries. We had nowhere to go. But today, whatever we believe in, whatever we can, everything is in our hands today. And with this pandemic, I hope it finishes. America is in a better stage now. India is also developing in a situation where everything looks. My visit to India I have to wait, I don't know for how long. So I thank once again everybody, Dr. Jarnail Singh, Rajbabu Gandham, my dear friend, and all the dignitaries, all the luminaries who have attended this function. Dr. Parneet Jaggi, once again, she is an awesome person, and the way she has held on to us as the secretary of WPC, I thank you once again. All the best, all the way from America. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tariq-ji. Thank you, Tariq-ji. You proved that to become a poet, one need not have a PhD, and you did so well with your poetic rendition out of thanks. Thank you very much. And I request Dr. Taralochan S. Anand to give his feedback. T.S. Anand. Anandji?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah.
It was a friendly command from Dr. J.S. Anand that I must give my feedback. So fearing that wartime rationing of time, instead of being a little bit more vexative, I have tried to bring just a prepared note on feedback. The World Poetry Conference, the brainchild of Dr. J.S. Anand, has come a long way since its inception in Bathinda. From a 2-day conclave of poets to 5-day congress of seasoned and budding poets from all over the globe, it has garnered a secure niche in the minds of contemporary poets. No doubt, WPC is eagerly looked forward to by the wielders of creative pen. I know the long poetry reading sessions stretching over a couple of hours no doubt tend to be taxing. But imagine the joy and satisfaction writ large upon the beaming faces of the poets as they experience a sense of fulfillment on their virtual participation and presentation at such a mega event. During these 5 days of gathering of poets, we have been regaled by philosophical and forceful poetic utterances emanating amidst moments of gloom and turbulent times. The erudite panel of speakers have enriched the deliberations at the conference. There is, however, always scope for more innovation in the design and conduct of the WPC. The unpretentious prime mover behind WPC and his team of dedicated associates deserve congratulations for the successful conduct of the conference. May the clan of poets multiply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anand, for your feedback, valuable feedback. Now I request Dr. Molly Joseph to give her feedback, please.
Thank you. That's Babu. I think I'm clear enough. Am I?
Yeah. You're clear.
Yeah. The time is fleeting fast. I have to do it quick. I know. I had been with this from the very beginning day till the end of it. And I would say I was getting so enriched intellectually by the fervor and ferment of creativity that was there throughout. And the way Dr. Jarnailji was fostering young talents was something that fascinated me so much. So many young budding poets given the right impetus to grow. Because I believe the great visionary in him is like the very farmer Angus that A.J. Cronin refers to in his book. He was a medical doctor by profession, but doctors once advised him to take rest in a countryside. He went to have a change in the countryside and was occupying the apparatus but couldn't write a single word. But he found the house owner, the landlord, Farmer Angus, slogging in the field, braving the heat, the cold. And he felt he was a fool himself. When he asked the Farmer Angus, he said, "Look, I am working and preparing land for posterity." He had enough of cultivable land, but all the rocks and the cavernous part of the land, he was just leveling up with his pickaxe, with his, this thing, scissors, hammer, and shovel and all that. He felt guilty, Cronin. He got into the attic, and then he took up the pen. He felt he had to do it. Farmer Angus can do it. Why can't I? There he wrote that great novel, Hatter's Castle. Later, it came to such a time. He wrote Citadel, so many other things. He gave up medical profession and became a full-time writer. And when I look at Jarnailji, farmers are held in great respect. That's why I feel like equating him to Farmer Angus, showing us how we have to level grounds of posterity from tomorrow. I'm not extending much. How well it is executed. Meticulously each part was taken care of by the wonderful team. Parneet, hats off to you for your analytical anchoring. Meenakshi, the host of people. Mukeshji for the wonderful technical support. And the little ones, Kiran, everyone. I had not been to Bathinda. Now I realize what a loss it was. I have been able to attend this only through this online last time also. So let such things continue so that people get benefited. And like the true leader that Jarnaji is, making us, inspiring us to dream more, do little bit more, and to grow a lot more. Thank you, Jarnaji. Thank you, the wonderful team. And personally, I have to thank you because my book was released here in this great platform. I could come across, rub against the genius and intellect of many a thinking soul in that group. It's such a wonderful group. Thank you, everyone. Let us cherish these memories as a treasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Molly Joseph ji. Now I request my dear friend and my festival mate, gentle human being, Mr. Ravi Ranganathan, to give his feedback.
Thank you very much, Raj Babu. I am greatly honored and privileged to be present in this WPC for the third consecutive time. I was there in Bathinda in person when the first WPC was conducted with great fanfare and fun. I was also there for the second conference, which was done virtually in October 2020, and now I'm here fully enjoying WPC 3. Looking back, I can say that WPC was evolving when it was WPC 1. It was trying to find its feet. In WPC 2 came the development stage, where a wider network of poets were seen expressing themselves positively and creatively. This year, WPC 3, the progression is tremendous and total with unprecedented global reach. What are the major takeaways of WPC 3? There are plenty, but I would like to highlight 2 or 3. Firstly, that it could be held at all under such a depressing pandemic environment is to me the greatest takeaway. Just imagine the load and strain involved in contacting the poets and literary minds constantly, getting to involve them, collecting their works and other data, scheduling their task methodically phased over 5 unforgettable days. So much homework was done behind the scenes with such dedication and passion. Hats off to the team again and again. Another takeaway, the outreach was much larger this time. As Janel Saab himself pointed out, 130 poets were there. It was so gratifying to see so many youngsters participating with so much verve and vigor. Their enthusiasm was so infectious. Some of them read brilliant poems. It augurs so well for the future of poetry and literature. And then how can we forget the fact that almost all participants forgot the depressions of the pandemic and treated all the 5 days as a celebration. At times, the gathering looked real and not virtual. There were many book releases. We also had scholarly panelists every day to give us the benefit of their scholarship. Yes, it was a celebration of poetry, celebration of literature, celebration of life itself. What a positive way to combat Corona. One significant takeaway also. I have participated in many virtual meets of lesser duration than these 5 days. In many of them, the attendance in the beginning would be in good numbers, but before the program would end, the attendance would dwindle down to 15 or 20%. In WPC, I noted that every day, the attendance started with 85 to 90 participants. Even after a duration of 4 hours, more than 50 participants stayed till the end. It showed how much interest and enthuse this festival generated. Another wonderful takeaway, the job done by the curators. Kudos to all the curators indeed. And about Dr. Jarnail Singh Saab, what should I say? He's a phenomenon. is a banyan tree who shelters, motivates, and allows all other branches to go around him without any envy or favor. Rather, he takes pride in one excelling the other. Whenever I see him, I think of Goldsmith's village school teacher, simple and humble, unspoilt by the urban decay. And Dr. Panis Jaggi, with a calm, assured, and unperturbed presence, would beautifully oversee the proceedings. And how can we forget the invisible presence of Mr. Mukesh and his silent team working tirelessly in the background? WPC3 is a roaring success. Yes, waiting for WC4, and that too, I am praying that it will take place soon, and that too, not as virtual, but as real. Thanks for this great opportunity to convey my feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Awesome,
Ravi.
awesome. Well said, well said.
Awesome. You wonderfully summed up the whole three festivals. Kudos to you.
Beautiful, beautifully said.
I want to share with you that on 10th, our video has been clicked more than 1,000 times.
Oh.
And the video which was put on yesterday on YouTube, it has got around more than 400 views. So that shows the mass appeal of these functions, for which I am really thankful for your contribution. Please go ahead.
Now we go awards to the anchors and organizational team. I call upon number one, Dr. Sushminderjeet Kaur.
Please
Please say a few words about each awardee. Yeah.
Dear friends, we are honoring our anchors who have worked day and night and very hard to make this program click and successful. First of all, we have actually offered them these awards of excellence to all of them, which reads, this award of excellence is conferred on Dr. Sushminder Jeet Kaur in recognition of her participation in organizing World Poetry Conference 5 to 13 June 2021 online as an anchor to conduct poetry sessions and panel discussions. So we want to honor them with these certificates. So all our anchors will get this certificate. Raj Babuji, please announce their names.
Yeah. Number one is Dr. Sushminder Kaur and Professor Seema Jain.
Just wait. Yes.
Yeah, Professor Seema Jain.
Seema ji, thank you very much for being with us. Just wonderful.
Thank you, sir. It is my honor to have been with you in this conference, and for giving me this opportunity. I am grateful to you, and thank you once again, sir.
Welcome.
Now, Dr. Sumedha Bhandari.
Sumedha, are you here? I think she had some problem. We are really proud of her. She is a young, entrant and very full of excitement and enthusiasm. Thank
Next
you so much. In absentia, hope it will reach you. And here is Ashu Garg. Those who came to WPC1 remember she and Ankita were the hosts, and they did a wonderful job. And this time also they were untiring. Ashu, thank you very much.
Ankita Garg. Ankita Uba. Ankita Uba.
I think they are not here with us today. But
Saranya Francis. Saranya Francis.
Saranya, Ravi Saab, please convey my thanks to her. She did a wonderful job yesterday.
Thank you. She's that this effect of her vaccination. That she's not well.
Yeah, that is right.
Professor Mandakini Bhattacharya.
Yes, Mandakini is here or not?
Yeah, she's here.
Very good. Mandakini, everybody praises your performance yesterday. We felt we had a gem with us. Thank you very much. Please keep up being with us in future also. All the best.
Meenakshi Goswami.
Meenakshi, I know you have been with us for so long, since WPC.
Thank you very much, sir.
And this time also you have worked very hard. Thank you very much.
I'm honored, sir. Thank you very much. Bless me so that I can move forward. Okay, thank you.
Just a second, this is Mandakini, and I'm sorry I forgot to unmute myself. Thank you so much, Jarnail Singh ji and Raj Babuji, Tariq sir. It's wonderful to see you all, and thank you for this honor. Thank you, sir.
Most welcome. Most welcome.
Thank you, Raj Babuji. Thank you.
Most welcome. Dr. K. Sandhya Rao.
Dr. Sahab hai Dr. Sandhya ji?
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be associated with WPC.
So nice of you. You entertained my request and conducted very brilliantly. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is after Sandhya. This is Raj Babu.
Raj Babu,
my Jarnail ji, you're so great personality, my mentor. Always you encouraged me from last 6 years. Thank you very much for that. Now, Tariq Muhammad.
Tariq Sahab, you deserve it very richly.
Thank you. Thank you also. That's an old picture of mine.
This is our love, actually.
I have a request. We should not forget that we are supposed to hear the song of Akshay Kumar ji.
Yeah, it is coming. It is coming. It's coming.
Yes. Yeah, before it finishes, we would like to hear him and then do the conclusion. We don't want to miss that.
Next
Thank
is
you so much,
Dr.
Saab, for this honor.
Next
Dr.
is
Gautam.
Dr. Randhir Gautam.
He is with us. If he is hearing, please come up. Dr. Randhir Gautam. He has
sir. Thank you.
Help
Thank you so much.
in conducting WPC. You were on a panel also, and you have been helping us all these days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so
Next
much.
is the beautiful couple, Dr. Mukesh Grover and Dr. Kiran-The.
So both of them were in the organizational setup, and without them, we could not have, conceived to conduct this program. They have worked day and night, even preparing the girls for dances. And Mukesh has never looked at his watch while working. Thank you very much. Keep it up and grow.
The strong pillars of WPC, 1, 2, 3. Now, next is Professor Manminder Singh Anand.
Yes, he is also in the organizational setup and by support also. I am proud of him.
Next is Dr. Parmeet Jaggi. She is also conferred with Azad International Award in Historical Fiction for her novel The Call of the Chadal.
Please show this next certificate, Mukesh.
Oh, Shobha.
Madam Pranita Ladha, yes. I will read out this.
Okay.
Dr. Praneeth actually deserves, we can give only certificates, and the way she has worked with us, there is no recompense for that. No words can describe that. So this is certificate, actually, this is a Azad International Award in Historical Fiction. It has been conferred on her novel. May I read the citation? This award is conferred on Dr. Parneet Jaggi for her path-breaking work of historic fiction, The Call of the Citadel, jointly authored with Dr. Vikram Singh Deol. Her contribution in organizing the World Poetry Conference-lll as anchor in several poetry sessions, panel discussions, and secretary of the conference is greatly appreciated. So these words are very few. We can speak a lot. Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Jaggi, all all people. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I can't thank you enough for this. A serious research of over 8 years has gone into this work. And thank you for identifying the uniqueness of this work. And I share the credit with my co-author, Dr. Vikram Singh Deol. I hope he's watching. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pradeep ji. Now we have a song clip of Dr. Deepa Chandra Ram.
Yes,
So one Shobha Sharma is there. Okay.
Sharma is there.
Dr. Shobha Sharma.
Shobha ji, thank you so much. You have been with us since first and constantly working with India as an editor and in other capacities. You have been a constant support to us. Thank you very much. And my thanks to Sarita also. Yes, Dr. Tejaswini Patil Dange. I think she is not there. Dr. Tejaswini. She has also worked very hard and she works very hard with her journal also. I always tell her, Tejaswini, take some rest. It will affect your health. But she has been so nice. She never said no to me. Thank you very much, Tejaswini. I simply wish you happiness and prosperity in your career, growth in your career. Thank you very much. I think
now oh
yes, I will ask Dr. Praneeth to say something about this.
Yes, sir. As we are near the culmination of this program, I wish to share this very, very important and pleasant news with all of you, and that is that we have a token of love and respect received from Mr. Lyubomir Mihajlovsky from Macedonia. So I'll read what he has sent. He is honoring our mentor, Dr. Janal Singh Anand. Vision Science Fiction Center of Macedonia awards Dr. Janal Singh Anand, India, with Vision Macedonian Annual Award for 2021 for promoting the Macedonian science fiction. It is from the founder chairman Lyubomir Mihajlovsky, 28th May 2021 from Macedonia. I congratulate you, sir, for this rare achievement you have been bestowed on, and you well deserve it. So
I am really happy that Dr. Mihajlovsky, he was a chief guest a few days, I think yesterday, and today also he wanted to be present with us because he was our guest today, but he then sent me this because of connectivity problems. I am thankful to him, and he has sent us a message of goodwill and good wishes, for which I thank him on behalf of the WPC. Thank you very much. Let us proceed.
Now we'll listen to the song clip by Dr. Deepa Chandran Ram from Australia. I think Mukesh, please play the song.
इन सांसों में बस जा तू चांद रे आजा दिल की जमीन पे तू चाहता है अगर आके मुझसे मिल जा तू या फिर ऐसा कर धरती से मिलने मुझको तू ही रे 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 तू ही
So Deepa is a member of our working committee. Thank you, Deepa, for this wonderful clip. Let us, Raj Babuji, carry on with this.
Sir has to unmute actually.
Yeah,
Sir.
yeah. Now the song by our Akshay Kumar Das. He has recorded with mix of sound mixing and all. Please play that clip. Thank you, Akshay, for this beautiful song. Thank you very much. Now I request
Dr. Kiran-Preet.
Yeah, Dr. Kiran-Preet for her
Prayer and
pledge and prayer. Dr. Kiran-Preet.
Yes, sir. So we have a prayer and a pledge. Prayer and song pledge. The poet invokes you, O cosmic forces, for giving him the power to bring joy to mankind, alleviate suffering with word and action, and bring harmony in the world of bird, beast, and man. Lend him your judgment and your love for justice, compassion for the downtrodden, and a spirit to stand up to injustice and barbarity. I, your poet, promise to cultivate the values which help mankind and spread the message of love across the nations and nationalities of the world. Amen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran-Preet. Now, to conclude the program, I invite Dr. Parneet Cheki to give vote of thanks. Dr. Parneet Cheki.
Thank you, Raj Babuji. As I enter into the last phase of the conference, the first thing I would like to do is to give 3 cheers to our beautiful girls, Hargun, Sargun, and their team for the beautiful performance, and seriously, they stole the show. So 3 cheers, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. Now, as we know, the conference has become today symbolic of creativity in abundance, of sharing creative outpourings, of gifting smiles, of disseminating beauty all around, of transcending barriers and borders, sailing across even the continents, the seas to North America, Australia, Africa, Europe, and so on, and places where our poetry has connected us each other. Poets and listeners have been eager to appear and reappear in the conference repeatedly. That hints at the copiousness of the positivity this conference has diffused. The fertility of argumentative resources in the panel discussions and the creative energies which have been thrown into enterprise through the poetry sessions have been no less than miraculous. Now, for all this plenitude, we owe our gratitude to all the guests who have arrived from different places to attend this conference, all the poets who have participated with enthusiasm and fervor, all the anchors, all the listeners, viewers, our organizing committee, our technical team comprising Dr. Mukesh Grover, Dr. Kiran-Preet, their family, and Randhir Gautam, sir. I also thank Dr. Basudev Chakrabarti, who has been the chairman, organizing committee, World Poetry Conference, Dr. Manminder Singh Anand, secretary, Azad Foundation, and the pillar of the conference, the heart and soul of the conference, our mentor, Dr. Jarnail Singh Ji Anand, for the unrelenting support and indefatigable spirit and strength that he has shown. We all hope to meet very soon with a new event, with a fresh theme. Till then, thank you for now. Thank you all for being with us so patiently, so lovingly, so wholeheartedly.
Interrupt, Parneet ma'am.
Yeah,
there was a
sure.
video to be shared. May I please?
Oh, it's okay, I think.
Yeah, you can. Who's that? Meenakshi is muted. Okay, Kiran-Preet.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Kiran and Mukeshji. That was a short snapshot of what we did in the novel and how it displays itself. Thank you, because I'm forgetful about my own assignment, so I just forgot to play it when I was thanking for the award. And I can't thank you so much, and I can't thank enough for the award. So on the whole, we have had the plenitude of poetry and creativity and smiles and beauty all through the conference. So I thank you all once again for joining us, giving us your valuable time, and we